All right, we are live. Paulette, it's yours.
Good evening. Welcome to the Finance and Operations Work Session, February 2nd, 2022. Our topic for today is the resolution for transportation reimbursement to parents. At our last board meeting, a problem was presented that we had a number of children and parents and not enough buses to pick them up, and that there were a significant number, 800 to 1,000 children who did not have buses available to pick them up. A resolution was presented by board member Sharon Cotton, and there was considerable debate. And the superintendent suggested strongly that.
Good evening. What is the hold up?
Are you listening? Can you hear me?
Can you hear Paulette, Larry?
Yep.
Larry, can you hear Paulette?
Evidently, he can't hear you either.
Apparently can't hear me either. Okay.
Okay, well, a resolution was presented by board member Cotton, and the superintendent strongly suggested it go to committee because any resolution would have to be implemented by the superintendent and his staff, and they wanted time to consider that, which is reasonable because, as he said, he would be the one that would have to implement it, and the board, you know, that's the responsibility of him and his staff. So I would like to have Ms. Cotman give a brief summarization of her resolution so that the public is aware of what the resolution was, and then the information that was submitted to the administration about the Philadelphia city that is actually doing it. And then I'd like to take just a few minutes to give something, just a statement about Erie County's payment method, which these informations have been sent to all board members. And then we'd like to turn it over to Dr. Cash and his staff for their presentation on their review of how we can get this done, and the questions and problems that would have to be overcome, because he did have an attachment that had a number of questions, but I'm sure that he's well aware that since they would be implementing, the staff, those questions we're hoping will be addressed by the superintendent and his staff. So in the process of solving this problem for our parents. So Ms. Cotman, if you won't mind going a brief overview of the reso and the material that you sent to the board and then the administration.
Thank you, Chairperson Woods. Can you hear me clearly? So I presented a resolution about reimbursing parents for transporting their children to school. From day one, I was told that it was against the grain. During the past, and basically short and simple, is that our children are not getting to school on time. We have poor attendance, and it was an opportunity to try to provide a solution to a barrier that is interfering with our children getting an education. It was never meant to be a cost-saving measure. It was simply what it was. During the past week, I have spoken to many of our legislators. I have particularly spent significant time with Senator Kennedy's office, who is chairman of the Transportation Committee in New York State Senate, who is very interested in what's going on with this transportation problem and our attendance problems that we have in our schools. I shared the two resolutions with him. they are willing to move forward to see what they can do to try to pass guidelines or legislation to see if the money that is currently being used for transportation can be used for this situation. However, it is clear that with the amount of money that is available, and certainly not being spent currently in our district, because many of our school districts are asking now for additional money from the state, we have a need to address this problem. And in my attempt to, additionally in my attempt to address this problem, I sought legal advice from the state in regards to whether this resolution is acceptable, and if it is legal. And it has been confirmed that it is not illegal. It has never been done in a big school district before. However, it is not illegal. And so with all that said, particularly with this 3-page expose about reasons for not doing it, I want to be clear. I did not ask permission to write this resolution because I felt that it was an opportunity to try to find a solution to a problem and a concern. I did not know as a board member that I had to get permission to write a resolution, Madam Chair. And so if I have not followed the guidelines, I apologize for that, but certainly that has never been the case in the past. However, at this cross of the road, what I do suggest that we do, irregardless of what is said here today, Mr. President, board members, superintendent and staff, Nate Kuzman, our legal department, that we have a meeting with the State Department of Ed to review the concerns that are put in this memo so that we can get clarity from the State Department of Education on where Buffalo stands in regards to this resolution. And I think that is the ultimate solution to address this. Anything short of taking this to the Department of Education and reviewing it with them would be short-sighted on our side. And we need to make sure that we are able to at least try to, as a board, put forth a solution for our parents who have children sitting out, standing out in the cold weather. Just to give you an idea, today, before coming here, I was trying to see my granddaughter and her bus was late, okay? So I was not able to see her today before I came in. But I had to leave to come to this board meeting, and it was running late today itself. So I understand the hazards associated with the winter. My concern here is that this board makes sure that we come up with some ideas and some solutions to try to move forward. And at the end of this conversation, that it is agreed that Lou Petrucci, myself, and whoever else will meet with the Department of Ed, which will include the Commissioner of Education, her staff, to go over this resolution and try to address the problems that are associated with, or the barriers that are associated with our children not getting to school. Thank you.
Okay, would you speak on the material sent to each of the board members and to the Buffalo Public School staff to assist them as far as a plan that is working, has been implemented, so that everyone knows there is a functional plan and that the information was shared to assist the administration?
Okay, so what I sent out to the board was a sample plan from the Philadelphia school system. Their system is a little different than our plan in that my recommendation was that we provide a weekly gas card. Philadelphia has a different program that's been very successful, and I will forward it out to staff. I did not send it to anyone other than the board members initially so that they could have an opportunity to review it prior to this meeting. It was just an idea. If you go to their website, they have a frequently asked questions. There are all sorts of things. So this is just one city that is a large city that is doing reimbursing parents to help children get to school. The other thing that I will send out would be, which is referenced already in this paperwork that was sent to us, is the guideline that deals with allowing parents to take their children to school. And this legislation was written initially for schools, the smaller schools, not the larger schools. And so the reason for going to SED was to find out if this legislation would also work for us. And so I will, I'll bring that up, Madam Chair. I don't have it on my computer at this point, but I will bring it up. It is the, if you'll give me a minute, it is Education Law 1709-27. States that the Board of Education may contract with any person for the convenience of pupils residing within the district, such as with a legal guardian or parent to transport his or her child, which is part of Section 156.3 that initially is referenced in the original resolution. So those two items I will be happy to move forward and share with the rest and everyone. So I will send it. I'm not sure how you want me to do it. Send it to our clerk so that they can send it out, or how you want me to do it, but I can send the board members there. I don't have access to everyone in the district at this point.
Okay, I just want everyone to know that I did copy the original outline and material on that Philadelphia plan, and I did send it in an email so that all board members would have it and be able to read it, so that you would see that there are cities and places doing this and that it is viable, that it is legal. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam
Board
Chair.
Member.
Madam Woods, this is Nate Kuzma. I'm just, Ms. Cotman, could you share with me who you spoke with from the state's legal department?
I didn't speak. It was Daniel Martin from, Daniel Morton Bentley. He has a hyphenated name. Daniel Martin Bentley, Bentley, counselor for SED. I'll be happy to provide any information that was sent over with you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I see Larry Scott's hand, but would you give me the opportunity just to give a brief also statement of information that I sent to all the board members, and I also shared it with our CFO, Jeff Pritchard. I wanted to make sure he had the information on how Erie County, because we talk about other places, but Erie County is currently running a program for its early intervention program, which has thousands of children. But they have in there, instead of paying per student, which costs them something like $700 a month, that the parents can opt, if they will take their own child, they reimburse them $10 a round trip. They do have their form attached, how they do the billing. They only have a clerk that handles the program. They only have 500 parents that opted in to do this, but they do have answered some of the questions that we had, because in their program, they don't care if the parent signs to get their child. That's their responsibility. They have the option, if Auntie Paulette wants to take the child, as long as the form that they send saying they took their child to school for the 20 days in the month, the principal says, yeah, they made it, they get the payment. So if Auntie P took them, if their parent takes them on a bus, if the other mechanisms are used to get the child there, the reimbursement is capped because it was based on a state mileage rate, and it is $10 round trip. And it can be, if the parent wants to give it to Auntie P for doing it, the parent wants to use the reimbursement to pay for a bus. If they're extravagant and they want to use an Uber, that's their problem. But I just wanted us to have the information of how it's being done currently in our county, so that, you know, we can facilitate our parents and answer, you know, some of these questions. So that's the information that has been provided to assist the administration in providing safe transportation to all children so that they can address this learning loss and actually be present in school. Larry, I see you have your hand up. Do you want to ask a question?
Colleagues, before we start, the agenda says that I have the courtesy of giving opening remarks. You
Oh,
haven't,
we were going to turn the whole thing over to you, Dr.
you haven't extended that yet.
Okay,
But I
well
have
then,
that opportunity.
Larry, I would like to give that to the
Yeah.
superintendent, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I have two questions and a comment related to what's already been presented, but I can wait and have Dr. Cash give opening remarks.
Thank you. Dr. Cash?
All right, colleagues. So let me be clear. Whenever the board presents a resolution that is a management resolution rather than a governance resolution, it is my full expectation that I be consulted about my support or concerns or challenges that I may have in implementing any such resolution beforehand. And that saves a lot of time. And then my staff don't get their time soaked up for days on end dealing with resolutions by the board that don't have anything to do with moving any needles. Don't have to do with academic achievement, doesn't have to do with social emotional learning, and doesn't have anything to do with even what is being proposed in the resolution, because it hadn't been thought out. None of these two resolutions are written clearly enough to execute by staff, none of them. So that's point number one that I'd like you to understand. It's not about whether you get permission to do it, it's whether or not it's executable. And so that's a respect and courtesy that you give to your superintendent. So that's point number one. Point number two is that you don't know whether these two districts have been successful. You don't know what the specifics are with these two districts, because I've spoken to both of them. Bill Height is the superintendent of Philadelphia. He and I are good colleagues for 20 years. And he spent an hour talking to me about this. And bottom line is, there were so many challenges in it that if we were to do it, he would recommend that you take at least 4 months to roll up to it, and if you set up a separate office to deal with all the implementation challenges that they found once they tried to implement. And a lot more. He gave me 2 pages of notes right here. Pittsburgh said that they have discontinued the program and that it only served 320 students who received reimbursements. And they're no longer offering it, and it was only for students who were directly impacted by their driver shortage. And that they had to require a daily log to be submitted along with tax forms. Okay, so let's not overstate where it's being done successfully and what it took to even try to implement it. Because Bill gave me 2 pages of suggestions of if he were to do it again, here's what he would recommend to me, someone who would be thinking about it as a first-time enterprise. So I want to be clear. Third, it was never my understanding from last week that this was something to be turned over to me to do. It was my understanding this was something to be turned over for discussion here to determine how and whether we do. Otherwise, if you're going to do a go around with me and go straight to and have this meeting with the state or whoever you're talking about having a meeting with, then go on and do it. There's no point in having this work session. Because that's a go around. No matter what we say today, no matter what I give to you in clear professional terms about the challenges with this resolution, you still want some kind of a guarantee at the end that we're going to do this, then we're going to do that, then we're going to do that. And I don't agree to that. So with those opening 3 statements, then I turn it back over to you, Ms. Woods, to proceed how you would like to. And you also have, colleagues, my considerable questions and concerns relative to this proposed resolution in the form and shape that is in right now. So that's where I am with my understanding about the purpose of this board work session. Back to you, Chairman Woods.
Thank you, Dr. Cash. Again, when we had the board meeting, you did express to the board that it would be your responsibility and the staff's to implement this. And we are well aware of your extensive experience and your well-qualified staff that can implement a solution to the problem presented. Our first responsibility for children is to educate them. They cannot get an education, achieve academic anything if they cannot get to school and get to school safely. So I believe that is a significant problem. And yes, I do believe that you have the expertise and understanding of the urgent nature of this problem. And yes, in the end, the bottom line, it is the school's administration problem to solve. Board member Cotman and even myself included, and I believe board members are trying to be helpful because we are the voice for the students and the families, and they do bring these problems and complaints to us. And we know you care about this matter. So we are looking for what you propose and what you bring to the table, including your review of how successfully this option could be implemented, or if you see other options, if the example for Erie County is not a good one. Again, Dr. Cash, coming up with a solution is your prerogative, and it is the board's policy to make it very clear and to give direction. And that is all I believe that is being done. The parents have a problem, and there's 800 children whose safety is being jeopardized, and it is cold, and the bus shortage is not going away, and a solution needs to be presented to the parents. And if not this solution, if you do not feel this can be tweaked, it's not viable, it is not acceptable to have 800 children on buses and corners and parents calling saying they want an answer and they don't want crisis management. They don't want to be called every other day or 3 times a week and be jeopardizing their jobs to find a solution to this. So, Dr. Cash, the floor is again yours to review, discuss the option and suggestions and the resolution. And if you have other suggestions and an answer, I'm sure the board is all ears, and board members, you did ask for the opportunity to discuss the solution, this recommended solution to get more parents taking their kids to school, to reduce the number of children on the buses, and to get to right size. We only have so many bus drivers and so many buses, so to right size the number of students needing transportation so that the children get to eat breakfast, stop missing their first classes. So we perceive the problem. I'm sure you, Superintendent, are aware of the problem, and I'm sure you're aware of the urgency. So again, it's your begin your review however you would like to. Since you did send a number of questions, if board members want to go over some of those, or you, in fact, if you would like to review those points, feel free. You have the floor.
Colleagues, the floor is the board. I want to hear the board's discussion. Board had a lot of questions. You've read my questions, and let's have a conversation about it. Larry, I believe you had questions, and if other board members have questions, I want to hear what they are. I'm fine with trying to reach consensus, but let's see what that might be.
Larry, did you want to ask your question to the superintendent?
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to go back to the start. You know, my understanding is this was going to be a work session to discuss this resolution, to discuss what we all agree on, that there is a remaining crisis with our transportation system, with getting our kids safely to school and on time. We're a half hour in and we haven't really begun to do that. I have two questions and two comments. My first question is in regards to Ms. Cottman's correspondence with some state officials. Was our board leadership involved in that correspondence?
Just so you know, I am vice chair of the Big Five school district, and I have the privilege of having access to legal advice. So in reaching out to Mr. Petrucci, he did not call me back. I reached out to him twice. I was going to discuss it with him, but there was no reason why I could not move forward with it. Just so you're aware of that, okay?
Okay, thank you for that
and in
update.
addition to that, I work for New York State. I'm also part of New York State School Board Association, and I'm a committee. I'm on a committee with them too, so I do have access to those people as well. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then our board leadership was not involved in that correspondence.
And no fault of mine.
The other question I had was, in that communication you had with Senator Kennedy's office and State Ed, was it communicated that you voted to kill the resolution?
What are you talking about, Larry? What is your point here? What is your point?
We're trying to resolve this and come to a solution. I'm just wondering
I thought we were supposed to be
were
moving
honest
forward.
and we
It
communicated.
wasn't even a conversation. It wasn't even a part of the conversation.
That you voted against the resolution and moving it forward to have a problem.
And what does that have to do with this discussion today?
Okay, so you didn't
What does that
communicate
have
that
to do
either.
with this discussion today? Madam Chair, point of order. What does that have to do with this discussion today, please?
Mr. Scott, would you kindly direct your remarks to the transportation solutions or questions about this transportation solutions or questions that Dr. Cash raised? I really would prefer not to have any personal, I don't want to say attacks, but it appears to be that.
Well, I think we need to have things clarified for the public and for the record. And if one person has decided to go out and make communication with a state legislator and the state ed department, and it sounds like an attorney in the state ed department, I think we as an entire board, as voices for all of our students, we are all voices for our students, we have a right to have those questions answered, at least posed. If they're not going to be answered, at least that we have a right to pose those questions. So with
I
that
would be
said,
happy to answer.
with that said, there was a comment made about another meeting or communication being made with state ed and Mr. Petrucci, President Petrucci. I believe that our entire Board of Education should be making that determination. It might be the right next step, but we as an entire board should be making that determination if that's the next step. In regards to the Philadelphia policy that I looked over, I know that a big part of this is school attendance. And I saw in the Philadelphia policy that if a family commits to driving their child to school, and that would be for the entire year, it looks like, that they would have to maintain 70% for attendance. To me, that is not an acceptable goal for attendance and would not move the needle in any way with poor attendance district-wide. So just want to bring that to people's attention. And with that, I think I just want to reiterate that we as a board need to collectively make determinations on how we move forward.
Okay, Mr. Scott,
Madam Chair, may I respond, please?
yes, Ms. Board Member Cotman.
Okay, so let me be clear here. Okay, I have the right as the Ferry District Board member to propose a resolution to try to answer the questions that may interfere with the resolution moving forward, to use the connections that I have to call my senator and talk to him, to call the president of my president of the Common Council, my mayor, my Honorable Crystal People-Stokes, any Congressman Higgins, to talk about any problem that is associated with my district, and I do not need your permission to do that, nor do you. Okay, that's functioning within your power as an elected official. Okay, now I specifically asked that before this board kicks anything off the table, that you have a conversation with SED to make sure that of what we're doing here, because it has gotten recognition across the state, okay? Because the big fives are all struggling with similar problems. I'm sorry if you feel that I have to be muzzled and get permission to move forward. Out of respect to Lou, since he has been president, I have, and I'm sure he will tell you this, I have reached out to him always before I've done anything to let him know what I was doing. Prior to being excommunicated, I had similar conversations with the superintendent. However, at this point, that is not an option. So I have talked to Lou about the things that I'm doing. I reached out to Lou. Lou is very busy. Reached out to him twice. He was not able to get back to me. Out of no respect or disrespect to him, I have always shared what I was doing moving forward with the president of the board. And I'm sorry if you have a problem with that, but in moving forward, that is how I've always operated, and that's how I will continue to operate for my district.
Just want to respond to that. I was not suggesting that Ms. Cotman could not do any of that. I was not attempting to muzzle Ms. Cotman. I was just making the public aware, making this entire board, or involving this entire board and asking questions. Just like you reached out to those officials, I'm exercising my right as a board member to speak and ask questions here at the board table.
And I hope your questions were answered.
Well, I just hope that
They
all
weren't
board
entirely,
members,
no.
I hope that all board members know it is our responsibility to act in the best interest of our students and our parents, to gather information, to advocate for them, and to give as much support as we can to the superintendent and this administration on resolving this problem. So in a spirit of cooperation, I thank you, Ms. Belton-Cotman, for your efforts. Larry Scott, I thank you for the research that you've done on several issues. I do think we need to pull together to come up with a solution. Okay, can we go back to focusing on how are we going to get the children off the bus stops, right size the number of kids, get some of these kids, if it needs to be 2,000, 3,000. I thought that we were going to have Cheryl Kennedy be able to give us information. That was a suggestion. I think I see her on here, so maybe she has some information. But Dr. Cash, did you have more information that you wanted to present? Or, well, I do see, before you do that, I see Jen McCosey's hand up, and I see Kathy Evans Brown hand. I believe, Jen, you were first, and then Kathy Evans Brown. So can you ask your questions?
Thank you, Chairman Woods. So it seems as though there's there's some confusion around what we were supposed to be doing at this particular meeting. The reason that I had motioned for this to be brought to committee is so that we can discuss details that can enhance the resolution. I do not feel that this was illegally brought to the table. Matter of fact, I don't think anybody referred to this being illegal. I actually, on a radio show this week, was praising the fact that Board Member Cotman had taken concerns from the community and put this forth the way that board members are supposed to do. We're supposed to be pushing forth the concerns of our constituents. So there's absolutely nothing wrong with the resolution and how it came to the table. There's really nothing wrong in the solution itself. The only concern, because it's not a right or wrong thing, and the reason for me being a little confused as to why there's such defensiveness, is that this particular work session was strictly going to be discussing how we can enhance it so that we can make it almost as a clear cut and concise as the resolution we passed directly at the table that followed this one last week. So yes, this is a solution that would help certain pockets of people. And in and I have to keep referring to the other resolution because it seems as though we've discussed everything except the concerns that had to be repeated multiple times because they were just shot down and scoffed at. But the concerns, we are a fiduciary. Cost is a concern, period. There's no denying that. So let's just not pretend that's not a thing. And the implementation, yes, is a concern. But the wording, the narrative of the resolution speaks to only a pocket of people. So if we were to, I thought this was going to be a board or a work session where we look into, okay, here's a solution on the table that's going to help with this particular group of folks. We will be working on how we can make sure that the other B said 800 to 1,000 children. Those 800 to 1,000 children are not just children of the people who have vehicles to bring them to school. So when and how, further down the line, whatever, it has to be in the resolution that there is going to be conversation or some type of work being done to address the folks who do not have transportation. That is a equity issue. I have been slammed, scoffed at, and presented as excuses. Cost, equity, accountability, that's what we're here for. This is what the board does. So when I bring that up as, let's just talk about it more in this resolution, let's enhance it, it didn't get shot down. The fact that everybody is saying it's getting kicked to the curb and the whole nine, it got moved to committee so that we can do this in a bigger and better way, also including and even enhancing the suggestion on the table. But let's make sure at least the narrative says at some point we're going to cover everybody. If this is how we prioritize, we agree to that. But there's just, this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to do it. These are the people it's going to serve. That's it. Now I want to, if it doesn't get voted up or down, then then we're all horrible people who don't care about children that are freezing outside. Like, the narratives are all wrong. Let's take this resolution. Let's work on the suggestion that's already on the table. It is not a bad one. It makes sense, but it makes sense for a certain pocket of people. So what would be, and I'm not saying come up with the solution for other parents now. I'm saying that at least in the narrative of the resolution, just like the NFTA resolution, these are the people who need to be prioritized. This is the statistics to prove that. We understand that all children might be facing transportation issues in the NFTA, but here's where we want to go with this, because this is a real concern. And it covered everybody. It had the solution in place, and it was a no-brainer. Why is it that this resolution cannot be tweaked where we can have some sort of inclusive narrative, just the narrative? It doesn't have to have all the solutions. And why are we fighting if the district is saying these concerns are real and we might have a problem implementing? Why are we fighting the fact that there might be problems implementing this? Let's work through what those problems are so that this can go off without a hitch. I literally felt as though and expressed it in many ways, shapes, and forms, that this is not a bad idea, that we are listening to community, that it was within all the rights of Board Member Kottman to bring this to the table. The only issue here is that it's defensiveness. Either you do it or you don't, and if you don't care about kids. That's the message that's being sent out. I'm actually defending someone who was coming at me, because I don't feel that's the case. But at the same time, let's work together. That's what this session was for. Let's work on this resolution to word it so it makes sense, and to work with the district to figure out how it's done. This isn't well, it worked here, but it didn't work here, and here's my proof, and now you got, no, like, we need to stop pointing fingers at each other. Let's cut the crap with everybody needs to come together if you're only being one-sided and you refuse to work with the other side. Like, we all have to come together, period. That's what this whole work session was about. And I'm with Larry. We're 51 minutes in, and we have yet to discuss the real reason that I brought it to committee in the first place. And let me be clear for the public who is lighting up my social media and really giving me a hard time. I brought it to committee, but 6 members voted it there. It wasn't just me. So it needs to just be tweaked. Let's do that. That's what this session is for.
Dr. Cash, you have a response to that because you have several pages of problems. Can you speak to that to Ms. Board Member Tasman?
I'd like to hear from all the board. It's the board's work session. The board work session.
I agree. Can I go next?
I want to hear you, and I'll see
Okay,
where I get to.
Okay, Kathy Evans Brown, and then we have Hope J. And I do want to point out again that the material that was submitted to support showing how this could work, the material that was submitted was how it was done in Erie County, and it did address that the reimbursement could be however the parent got the child there, whether it was bus, whether it was Uber, or however they got their child there. So they reimburse the parent saying, I will get, the agreement is, I will take my child. That frees up the space on the buses, right sizes the buses, and they do pay, and it is capped. You can't be extravagant. You can't get your taxis and your Ubers. You might have to, get anti-P or however you get there, but it's capped at the $10 round trip. So, Dr. Kathy Evans Brown.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that, well, I was under the impression as well that this resolution was brought to committee so that we can have a discussion to see if it's doable or not. And like Jen say, tweak the resolution. Not saying that the resolution needs to go out the window. We're all here and we voted on having dialogue about the resolution. We have a problem, certainly with, I think the number is 800 children not accessing buses. And so we start somewhere. So I applaud Board Member Sharon Cotman for bringing the resolution to the table. Let's not kill the messenger. Secondly, I think that when we talk about, costs, concerns, barriers, we have to, that's the purpose of this discussion, is to look at, the whole picture. So in implementing the program, certainly it's going to be somewhat taxing on our existing staff. What will that encompass? We have passion. We have a passion because we wouldn't be here if we didn't have a passion. But we also have to, be mindful that it is a responsibility that somebody got to implement, right? We can come up with all the, brainchilds that we like, but again, realistically, somebody has to implement that. And what is the cost? What is the time frame? We need to listen to the barriers, and it has to be a well thought out process. I know that Dr. Cash said he has many concerns about it, and I would like to hear those. We all would like to hear those. But for now, it's not just taking a cookie cutter and saying, this is going to work. I know that Paulette sent in a couple of models, if you will, that don't necessarily mean that model will work for this district. This district is much bigger than talking about 500 students. We're talking about, I don't know, we have a population of 30,000 students, but minimally we're talking about 800, let's say. That's still a bigger number than the two models that was presented. So I think with all fairness, there's going to be challenges in this, and that's the purpose of this session, is to look at the challenges and see how we can mitigate and minimize those challenges. Thank you.
Hope J, and then I believe we have Lou, you're in City Hall, or Terrence, one or the other. So you have the floor, Board Member J.
Thank you. Okay, so piggybacking on what Dr. Evans-Brown just said, I think that, we need to not put the cart before the horse. And that I read, Dr. Cash's memo with all of, every single drilled down possible question scenario that from his perspective needs to be explored. So I think that I don't think there's anyone on this board that doesn't think that this is something that should be explored. I don't think that that's anybody's feelings on this board. I think we all agree that it should be explored, but I agree with Kathy that we're not the ones to explore it. We need to kick this to the district staff and give them the opportunity to figure out how. There's so many things that need to be done. There's so much information that needs to be gathered in order for us to be able to, number one, first of all, we need to figure out exactly how many of our students and families would actually be affected by this. How many people fall into this kind of, elusive space where they actually own a vehicle, and the number one barrier that is preventing them from driving their children to school is the fact that they are, they don't have gas money. I mean, we need to figure out who these people are, how many of these people exist in our district, and how many of them would avail themselves of this program if it were to be offered. I mean, we have to get some statistics here so that we know, because this is like a very feel good, kind of idea that we can just rubber stamp and say, this is the solution. But unless we have statistics, unless we know what population would actually benefit from it, unless we can set clear goals around it. For example, what Larry mentioned earlier about, if the kids who enroll in this program, 70% getting, attendance 70%, that's too low. I don't think that this board would approve that. There would have to be some very clear expectations. And if those expectations weren't met, then people would no longer be eligible for the program. So there would have to be a policy, who's eligible, how it would be implemented. And there's so many things that us just sitting here having conversation after conversation about things that we don't know or understand. We're way up here. Like we're way up at the top, we're sitting up here with this bird's eye view looking down. But what we need is the people on the ground, the people who can get us the information, bring the information back. Surveys need to be sent out. The information needs to come back to the board so that we can evaluate, whether or not this is an actual a program that would actually benefit the district. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. But until we have that information, we can't make a decision about that. So in my opinion, we have to allow Dr. Cash to do his job. We have to give him the opportunity to get the information and then present the information to the board, at which point then we can make decisions on whether or not this program would be beneficial, to our district. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Board Member Jay. Is it Lou or Terrence that has their hand up?
It's both of us, Paulette, but I'll let Terrence go first. No, Terrence, you're first.
Thank you, board, and I'm glad that everybody had time to reflect upon this resolution. And I really think that since the last board meeting, everybody really took a dive into it to see the pros and cons in this and the challenges, especially our superintendent, Colonel Cash, by making all the phone calls and investigating this resolution. Thank you for doing your job in that, and thank you, board members, for for your reflections on how to move forward. Last year, it was Sharon Dillon-Cotman, Paulette Woods, and myself, and Dr. Ramona Reynolds went to a community meeting, and this was the major topic of this community meeting. It had over 100 people in this community meeting, and some of the people were on the phone, and it was mine on Facebook, and people, also chatted with me because of that. So, and they overwhelmingly talked about the need for this in the community, especially in the inner city and the east side of Buffalo. And I know that it's my job as a board member at large to listen to the community in all districts and see what the challenges are and see what the needs are. Most of the people that I spoke with came from either South Buffalo, a couple on the west side and east side of Buffalo. And that's living these type of challenges. Of course, this is the third poorest school, third poorest city of the size in the United States, and the poverty levels, are overwhelming. And you can see all the programs that we got going on in the city of Buffalo, from the Savers to the Bills to other organizations that comes out that helps try to support 8 Days of Hope. We are all working together to try to solve some of our issues. This here is a true issue. And I am very, very interested in hearing Dr. Cash reflections about what can we do to make this bill succeed? What can we do to pull this resolution together? And I heard so many cries from families. And I really believe that we really need to critically focus on these families that have needs. And I've spoken to a woman yesterday who has 3 children. They all go to 3 different schools. She's late for work every day because she's waiting on buses. I've spoken to a couple of family members that lost their jobs because, the transportation issues. They got to be at work in the morning. And 2 were nurses, and another one worked in the food field. So And I heard other cases also, other scenarios. And I also heard of there's some of our workers, the Buffalo Public School workers that catch the bus also, who've been late for work because the bus routes are off with the NFTA, and they've been waiting at bus stops also. So that has a weight on our high school kids also who catch the NFTA to school. And late is it's a big issue in this district. The absences are very high, and these are hazardous conditions because of the inclement weather and kids, standing out in the street because icy snowbanks, and we got another storm coming tomorrow. And I know the city has said they're going to do everything they can to keep the streets clear, but that don't reflect the sidewalks. It don't reflect where the kids are supposed to be standing at, and in harm's way when cars slide into snowbanks. And we know these things happen, they're accidents. But I'm really, really love that we're talking about this tonight, and everybody's sitting down, and this is why we're here. So let's try to iron this resolution out, see what we can do. Let's listen to Dr. Cash reflections on what can make this resolution work, and what can we do to make this possible for the parents, and in a speedy amount of time, not months from now, not 4 or 5 months from now, but let's look at this resolution, make the changes that's needed to try and get this to work. And remember, and I said this at the board meeting, that even if we pass it, we can always make revisions later. We can always put something together, and we find some challenges in it. We can always come back and revisit it and make those changes in the resolution so that we can get the best out of this, so that the families that need this program will be afforded to them. And the families that don't need it wouldn't take it. There's a lot of families that's not going to utilize these tools. And hopefully this will free up some measures for buses so that there could be some normalcy in transportation, and we can get back to full day schools here in the city of Buffalo with our program. So thank you again, board. Thank you for sitting down and discussing this. I hear how passionate everybody is about this. And thank you, Dr. Cash, for your input. I'm looking forward to hear your words. I'll give the floor now to the board president, Luca Trusi.
Thank you, Terrence. So I have a lot of things to say. So first of all, I have one call from Sharon. I will say, though, Sharon, you didn't leave a message or a text, but I apologize for not getting back to you. I will say, though, that we did, I only see one. I will say, though, that we did discuss this in the past, and many of the things that Sharon has put forward were based upon conversations that we had earlier when she was bringing this proposal. I also want to say that based upon some conversations I've had with other board members, is that it has piqued the curiosity because transportation isn't just an issue among the big five, it's also a big issue among many of the rural districts across New York State also. We're also having a similar problem as well. So one of the things when we're rolling this program out is we have to make sure that it's operational. We have to make sure that it's effective. So we have to be able to manage it properly. In order to manage it properly, we have to measure. We have to define the universe. What are we talking? So in order to roll something out we have to go through a series of steps so that we know what we're asking, not only Dr. Cash, but what we're going to ask SED, because I like going to SED, but it's a little premature. But at some point, we want to make sure that we have, we have these questions SED, because we don't want to go through a program that they are going to disapprove down the road. I think there's value in reaching out to SED. I just think that it's a little premature because we haven't defined what our ask is going to be. So once we define as a board what we're asking Dr. Cash and senior staff to look into, what we're going to ask SED to say it's okay. So my suggestion to everyone here is that we should at least begin with a survey. I know many of you have brought it before, just to see where we're at. Just so, do we have 30 kids or do we have 3,000? Right now we don't know. And that survey really is going to help dictate the type of staff we need, the type of resource we need. More importantly, it would also give us at least some preliminary kind of back of the napkin numbers as to the impact that would have on the district. Will we actually be reducing routes? And part of the reason why I wanted this, and I didn't want to discount anything, is that transportation continues to be a problem. We're still in that, 40 to 50 buses a day. Majority of those are special needs buses. We have done a series of things to try to, recruit more drivers and make it easier to get drivers and reach out to different districts and to reach out to different services. We've done everything, and our numbers are increasing a little bit, but not enough to make the impact that we're really. So again, we may need to have multiple tools to resolve this issue. This may be one, but until we don't know what we're talking about here. Not saying that it's a bad idea. We just don't know yet because we haven't asked. So we need to ask. The second thing that I would, and the second thing is, in order to operationalize this, there still needs to be a lot of work with respect to, some of the questions that I had. What if a parent drives a child to school really late? What if they're not attendance? What if you have joint custody and both parents drive their kids on different days? On and on and on. There's all kinds of things, all these details. Can we repurpose some of the documents that are out there? Can we learn from other districts' experiences? Yes, we can, and that would be great. But normally when you're trying to operationalize something that is this large, that hasn't been done by a major district in New York State, has been done other places, generally we kind of roll it out for a trial and see, hey, how is this going to work? What works about it? What doesn't work? If we're going to continue it, what do the parameters look like? So do we say it's good to the end of the year? Are we going to do it for 30 days, 60 days? And if it works out, maybe we continue it. If it doesn't, then we put an end to it. But we really need to kind of define what we're making this ask. So is it going to be a trial? We need to do a survey. We need to formalize these documents. I mean, just the kind of the work that would be required in order to get this up and make it operational. Now, Paulette's research and what they do at the county was very helpful. Like many of you, I'm sure, I read a million articles about what happened in Philadelphia and Camden and Baltimore and various cities around the nation where this has happened. There are a variety of different all across the spectrum, but the majority of these articles, my literature review was about, the benefits that it had to parents on a variety of different. But again, each district's a little different. We got to see what our district looks like when we do that. So my suggestion would be that we define the universe, conduct a survey, roll it out with some defined area on a trial basis, and then if it's successful, then we explore it further. I think that's a prudent course forward. I'd be interested to know what the rest of you think.
Sharon Belton-Cotman, you have.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this reference to New York State ED is because of and I hope the public can go to board docs. This information is on our website, board docs, is because it was referenced over and over and over again in the superintendent's comments. Okay, so if it's a situation where it's not allowable, okay, you can find out. It's not a situation where we have to worry about if it's illegal, which was put out there. And so the reason for talking with SED is because when you take on something that has never been done in the state before, you need to have their opinion and you need to have their buy-in before you start planning anything. Either it's going to work or it's not going to work. Okay, either they're going to sign off on it or they're not going to sign off. SED typically would come back and tell you this is what we want to see in order to justify it. So whenever you get to SED, it's going to be the same thing. You're going to need their sign off on it. And that's the reason for talking about making sure that this goes to SED, period, the end. Okay, there I think about 4 or 5 mentions in this expedite of why this will not work. Keeping in mind that Philadelphia is upwards of, I think, is it 100-something thousand children? Buffalo is upwards of about 31,000 at this point. And so I think we need to be mindful that whatever someone does, and as I said on TV in my interview, I'm not concerned with what other people are doing. I'm concerned with what Buffalo Public Schools are doing for their children. And if the intent is to make sure that it happens, I believe it will happen. And if the intent is to make sure it does not happen, I believe that will happen also. And if it is the will of the board to move this forward, then we should be moving it forward. And we should ask our staff to help us to do that. But to solely believe that after we received this, that would happen, I would question it seriously. I have major concerns. Thank you.
Dr. Cash, would you like to go to the section that you sent to the board members that does refer to will the state approve these resolutions? And you state ed hasn't seen them. Should state ed be asked to weigh in before the board approves the resolution? If it's not approved by state ed, is it even legal to do this? And then you ask the question, is this proposal predicated on the approval of state aid for transportation aid, or is it meant to be approved irrespectively? Those are some of your questions, and we do want to hear from your expertise. Can you go over your questions, and we can have some discussion on them? But state ed, you're right, is important. It's important to address that.
Colleagues, I've been listening to you. I'm not sure that's a productive way to go, because most of those questions you've read, you've seen it. I've sent them to you yesterday, and there's significant concerns, but that's not what I want to end it on. I think the point is we're having a work session to try to see what might be some kind of possible, actionable, cost-effective way to reimburse a defined population of parents to drive their children to school so as to relieve the stress on yellow bus transportation, so that, and here's one of my cut points, so that we can begin the after-school program. That's the cut point for me, is I want to know if we do X, it will aid Y, because Y is really important. And the reason I laid out this extensive list of concerns is because I have no assurance or way of even predicting at this point, without a substantial amount of investment of staff time to do the research and create the infrastructure, which is substantial, talking to Philadelphia, to do this in any near time. So that's my overall response for that. I don't think we should go question by question by question. You don't have that much time. That's a lot of questions. What I'd like to do is hear first from Cheryl Kennedy, because she continues to need to be consulted around these issues. She's talked to Pittsburgh. She's considered all of my questions and concerns, and she's listened to you, and she's read the resolution. So I want to hear her thoughts, because a whole lot of activity, unless it results in productivity, it's not a good use of time. It's not a good use of time, and it's not a good use of money. And we don't have any indication at this point what the money would cost, what it would cost, have no idea. So after Cheryl makes a few comments and you hear her, then I'm going to make some comments that is going to basically be a recommendation to you. Ms. Kennedy, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Dr. Cash. Good afternoon, good evening now. So firstly, I'd like to address one point that's been repeated a couple times, and that's that there are 800 students on a daily basis that are not being transported. So to give you some of the data points, today we had, this afternoon to be specific, we had about 350 kids that were affected by the driver shortage. This morning, that was substantially lower. And that was 88 students. So I need to put into context the fact that when we returned from the last holiday, Omicron was a very persistent problem in transportation. We had about 54 drivers that were out due to that. That exacerbated the transportation problem exponentially. Now that drivers are returning, those numbers are going down. So this afternoon, we had 2 uncovered routes total, and about 12 that were covered late. So we are improving. Now, that's not to say that the next variant couldn't affect us again. But when we're talking about reimbursing parents to transport their students, there's a lot more involved than saying if this student opts to have the parent drive and the parent's going to get reimbursed, that doesn't necessarily provide a seat for that student that doesn't have a bus driver that day. And I think that's really important. There's a lot of interconnections that need to happen before we can free up an extra that currently does not have a driver. All of the stars kind of have to align. The way the proposal is written right now, I have to say that that will not impact our driver shortage situation. And I can say that with pretty much 95% certainty. If we're talking about a long-term solution, that may impact the driver shortage. But the way it's currently written and the verbiage and the language, it will not impact our driver shortage situation.
Short term.
Cheryl, could you also talk about what you learned from Pittsburgh?
I can. So Pittsburgh was a very interesting conversation. They came into the start of the school year. Pre-COVID, they had 700 buses. They're currently down to about 350. The way they consolidated routes is they went to a 3-tier bell time system for all of their schools, but they also increased their essentially walk boundary. So they went by the state standards for Pennsylvania, which is 1.5 miles for elementary students and 2 miles for secondary. And they are firmly adhering to that system. And that's the only way that they're able to cover their buses and transport their kids. So they've had 350 students opt into the reimbursement program. And what they're doing is they're paying $10 per day round trip for students. I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact mileage, but it's either a $10 per day reimbursement or a $20 per day reimbursement if, based on mileage again, if there is a certain percentage of attendance. And I want to say it was close to 85%, but I'm sorry, I don't remember that right now. They didn't feel that 300, what they did tell me was that it initially helped a little bit when they were working to reduce their buses in the beginning from that 700 down to the 350. But response was minimal. And because of their going back to their mileage limits, that's where they're able to cover their routes. And right now they're not feeling a driver shortage because of that walk boundary adjustment.
And Cheryl, if they didn't meet the attendance criteria, what happened to the reimbursement?
They did not receive the funds.
Okay. And what was
Dr.
required for filling out? What did they have to fill out and provide essentially to be participants in the program?
Yeah, so it was a daily mileage log, so they were required to document their starting miles on their car, their ending car mileage after each trip, and they also had to fill out a some tax forms. I want to say it was W-9, but again, I'm not going to verify that right now.
Okay. All right, Cheryl. Thank you for that. Cheryl, the issue of staging, which is one of my concerns, because while you may solve one problem or think you're solving one problem, you actually exacerbate another problem, which is then a safety issue. And this whole thing presumably is about safety. I've been to all of the schools multiple times. I've been there when they come to school. I'm there when they drop off. And even without any additional traffic, we have some significant traffic staging problems at schools like 81, schools like 61, 43, even 93, on and on, especially in our yellow bus schools. And what would another, in Philadelphia's case, and I'm integrating some of the things that we found that the superintendent told me about this issue, when they started with a modest amount of money, but reasonable, $150 a week, $1,500 a year, they had 1,000 people sign up. When they went to $350 a week and $3,000 a year, I'm sorry, a month, not a week, $150 a month and then $350 a month. They went from 1,000 to 15,000 sign up. And then they began to see some staging issues. And we already have that. And it's unsafe, frankly, especially that snowstorm. Couple cars almost got slammed into by the trucks. One kid crossed the street quickly, almost got hit because he was down the street. Parent let him off and had to walk to the school and slipped and fell on the ice in the middle of the street while he was crossing the street. So you add a lot more cars, and if you add more money, you'll get more sign up. That's basically what Bill said. Now, that doesn't really alleviate, because now you're going to have to wait till you can get in there, get your kid dropped off. Then you're going to have to wait for the yellow buses to clear to pick up your kids. And you could be looking at a half hour, 25 minutes easily of wait time trying to get in and out. And so you talk about missing work, you talk about being late for work, and all of those other issues that you're having now, you could actually compound based on the number that might sign up for this. The other issue that was clear from Bill in Philadelphia, where they have 198,000 kids and 323 schools, is that they were trying to solve an immediate problem at the beginning of the year, immediate. And it took them several months to ramp up to start the program. They started at the beginning of the school year. And they ran into, by the way, they said it helped. It helped, but they only have 250 buses in a school district with 200,000 kids, because the 7th through 12th graders take what is the equivalent of our metro system. They take the rapid transit system, our equivalent to NFTA, 7th through 12th grade. So they just deal with the pre-K through 6th grade. And his bottom line is, unless you properly plan this, it's essential to the program. you're going to run into equity issues. You're going to run into credibility issues with the community. And you're going to run into media issues because the blowback was significant because they did not take the time to do it the way he would, in second hindsight, have preferred to do it. They are just now, almost 6 months later, starting to clear the backlog of payments to parents. They haven't been able to pay the parents timely. It may sound easy, just pay them da-da-da-da, a month, da-da-da-da. If you don't have the infrastructure, you don't have everything dotted and completed, you definitely gonna get a blowback if parents don't get their payment on time, whatever that might be. Gas cards aren't something you just go pick up at Walgreens. You got to bid that process out. Who's giving you these gas cards? And how much are you going to actually give? Because when you talk about reimbursement from Erie County and other places that use a straight mileage reimbursement, which I would support, hear me, I would support straight mileage reimbursement. But that then becomes based on what you actually do, how far you actually go, and you're held accountable to that day by day. And there is paperwork to fill out daily. And it's not nearly as rich as $50 per week or $200 per month. So he basically recommended that if you are thinking about something like this, Kreiner, you got to get an office, because they found they had to hire a separate office just to track the myriad details associated with implementing a program like this. And that they then, even after that, they had to subcontract some of that work because of the IRS, the audit issues, fraud claims issues, all kind of other things that they had not anticipated, but they found that they had to do. So he absolutely said that if you have not started a program like this, or you have not thought all through the issues and kind of what Lou was saying should happen preliminarily with who are we talking about, what are we talking about, and when are we talking about it, you can't do that in a post-haste fashion. The very best you could do was to start planning throughout the remainder of this year and maybe be able to have it ramped up in time to execute at the beginning of next year. And that was his clear recommendation to me. So there's a lot of concerns. I gave him some of the ones that I had written down. He agreed that those were all issues that he had this separate office work through. And that one of the suggestions he did make, and I liked it, was offer the Metro Pass. But now keep in mind, I just showed you the next day after your meeting last week, they're cutting routes on the NFTA now. But he said offer your 7th through 12th graders, not just your 9th through 12th. Offer a mother who has a young child and can't get her child to school because of some of the issues you raised. Doesn't really have to do with the buses. It just has to do with she can't get her kid to school. She doesn't have a car or a way to get paid for it. Sort of what Jen brought up. And give them Metro passes. See? Then she can get on the Metro with her child and go to school. But again, I told him that's a good, because he said Philly has a really good mass transit system. They don't have some of the challenges where we're overcrowded or they pass our kids by already. There were kids today on buses in the stairwell of the bus today for our kids. The bus was so crowded. They're in stairwells of the bus, and I think that's unsafe. as a driver, you shouldn't allow kids to be in the stairwell, Cheryl, don't you think? But nonetheless, these are some of the things. So look, I think we could come up with something. I'm not sure how many would bite on it, because unless you bite because you really want your kid to be safe, then you're already doing that 9 times out of 10. If you bite on it because you want that bigger amount of money, now you may overflood the system and not really get the benefit back that you're trying to get, the ROI. And Cheryl's been clear that unless it's targeted for Buffalo, 50 for this school, 60 for that school, see, 70, 40, 30 for that school, it really, at the end of all of it, won't solve the problem that we're trying to solve. And if it doesn't solve the problem, then it's not really reimbursable. That's the part that may not be legal if it crosses over into the domain of a giveaway versus something that's really solving and contributing to a crisis. And we don't know that by this resolution. We don't. And I'm trying to just help you with that. And that's the issue here. So, colleagues, in short, if you want to try what you feel has been a long-standing issue in Buffalo, then we need to give Cheryl and her team a chance to roll up to it. You need to give my staff a chance to roll up to it, do the survey, do the reach out, and really determine who's willing to sign up for what I would want is a rigorous contract between the parent and the school district. Sign up, you got to stay with it. Sign up, you got to get your kid to school every day, 85% or higher.
You should hope.
Sign up, you got to do a number of things. See? And that takes time to figure all of that out. And that's where I would land on this. That's where I would recommend that you look at my questions carefully between now and the time that you vote or that you take action, if you do, at your regular board meeting. And I will send you my notes from my conversation with the superintendent. And then you can continue to deliberate on your own. You can come up with suggestions. You can come up with a lot of that. But we need more time if we to do anything with a resolution like this. So that is my recommendation and my comment to give. If you want to try something like this, it's going to have to, it'll be much narrower. It'll be more criteria and clear criteria for the driver, for the parent, or whoever's taking the child to school. And then we'll have to set up a specific, if not office, a specific set of employees who do this, because he said this is a round-the-clock work to track the details associated with a program like this. And they did it between 1,000 and 15,000. And I don't know what the universe is here that we're trying to solve. And we do need to know that, as Lou has stated. So trying to be constructive is possible, but it really is fraught with more challenges than it is for the benefit. And you got to really help me determine what the benefit is at the end of the day for a program like this. And if we get that defined well, then we'll try to come up with something, but it takes time. It takes time. And I've described a lot of challenges that I'm concerned about in order to make this a good use of time, a good use of money, and a good equity issue for our district. And that's where I stand on it, because we are getting better with our transportation. Cheryl's been clear. I want you to hear that. It's getting better. Omicron has been a big driver of it. According to some suburban districts, this virus is over. I'm not buying that. But the point is that we seem to be getting better with the driver issue. We'll be out of the cold weather, hopefully within a month or so.
Yeah, Buffalo.
And then, well, yeah, you just started it. Buffalo normally starts in November, and you got climate change all up on you right now. So I just think that you need time to get this figured out, because right now it's way too raw to do anything with it. Back to you, Ms.
Thank you, Dr. Cash. I see Sharon Belton Cotman raised her hand. I believe I see Terrence after her. And I'm not sure, there's a third one. Let's see who's the third. So Ms. Cotman, Terrence, and
It's in
Lou?
City Hall.
Lou.
Mhm.
Well,
Lou.
then I think it might have been it's Sharon, Lou, and then Terrence. So can you proceed in that order?
So I guess, Madam Chair, what concerns me is the statement, what is the benefit? Because my phone just started blowing up from parents because they cannot even go into a chat during our meetings. And they're saying that the benefit is that their kids are not standing on the corner cold. Okay, and so that's the benefit, if not for any other reason. I am sitting here listening to what appears to be an indictment. And I want to say this, okay, that if the process is kept simple, it will be simple. If it's kept complicated, it will be complicated. Now, in conversating with the senator's office, there is money that has not been used in our transportation budget that hopefully we will be able to use. My concern for this resolution, my concern is simple, okay? We have a problem with attendance in this district. In a large number of our schools, if we can get to 75% on a daily average, we've done good. Anything that will take a kid from being out of the cold, because I dare anybody to stand on a corner waiting on a bus. Today it was raining, by the way, as my granddaughter stood out there waiting for her sister to get off the bus. It was cold and raining. So the benefit is to the children, okay? And it's to the parents, and it's written in the resolution, okay? And I'm sorry that other districts have had complications, but in moving forward, if we keep this, if we kiss it, and we work streamline, if it saves one child off the street, then we've done good. Okay? And if by chance, God forbid, if the parents or the community benefits from any of this ESSER money or ARP money or any of the money that comes from the federal government for this district, then we've done a good thing because we've helped parents get their children to school. That's what this is about. That's the benefit. Thank you.
Lou, and then Terrence, and then Larry Scott.
You have, yeah. So it's myself and then Terrence. So a few different things. So there are a variety of benefits. I will say, as the father of 4 children that attended the Buffalo Public Schools, I know the panic when a school bus that didn't show up would cause my family. And, you know, reaching my wife and family members and everyone trying to scramble to get everyone to school. So part of what this would do is just to have, I will say, a reasonable expectation every day as to what parents know. If they know they have to get their kids to school, they're not there. They know. So that's part of it. Having children there on time is another part of it. There's a variety of different benefits. I don't want to go through them right now, but I'll be happy to put them into writing. Second thing is I just worry a little bit about the timing of it, because if we are going to go down the path to a pilot, My preference would be to do a pilot this year so that we're ready for next year. So if it was possible, I would like to see some type of pilot executed this year, simply so that we're ready to go in the fall, so that we have time so that we're not trying to build the plane while we're flying in the fall, so that we could at least do a brief pilot after the survey and everything else, see what it looks like, see what's good, see what's bad, and then we would be prepared if we need to roll something out in a more robust manner, if that is the will of the board come September. Those are just my thoughts. One more, I apologize, Cheryl. So we keep mentioning about entire buses. So if we are able to reduce, let's say, 1,000 or 2,000 individual stops where the bus is making less stops, is that a benefit even though we're not reducing the entire overall route?
No, that doesn't benefit the entire system. So in theory, what you're talking about is if we reduce 1,000 bus stops, we may shave a few minutes off each route or off of a few routes. But my goal in transportation is to make sure that every bus has a driver and that every bus is out on time to pick up all of our students on time. Without being able to eliminate, as Dr. Cash said, 50 kids at one building, I don't get to reduce a bus route.
Thank you, Cheryl. And is the majority of our bus shortages for special needs students? That was my understanding.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Terrence, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President Petruski. I would like to say, listen to all the words, Dr. Cash, and thank you for your work that you've done, Mrs. Kennedy, and researching and trying to find adequate solutions to this problem that we have. And I remember the word was mentioned earlier, crisis, and I would just like to reflect that this is a crisis that we deal with right now because it affects families, it affects children, it affects education, it affects learning, it affects children getting to school on time or being on corners. There's so many different variants that we can go through about the need for this, and I truly understand the focus of doing some research. My question is, Dr. Cash, is even though we can do a survey and do research, and hopefully we can do that, like I said earlier, with speediness, but we have to have a plan for some families out here that's truly affected, and we have to consider those families and children that's not reporting to school. We can look at our dashboard and see the numbers of the children who's not reporting to school, who catches the bus or having bus issues. We really have to, even though we need to do the survey, even though we need to bring in a program that can overhaul this, like you said, and I really agree with that because those are some of the things I've thought about previously. How can the district, manage its workforce to carry this load about paying hundreds of thousands of parents, instantly, and that's a concern about where our duties are and what's your administrative staff members, the load on them also. But if there's a will, there's a way. And I do believe that it would have to be a separate body that comes in to oversee a program like this, which we can vote in. But the second part of it is there's a need right now to address those families that's suffering right now because of education. We have to put something in place immediately to capture those families, the one that need help. And I don't know how long it'll take for a survey to get written up and drafted and sent out and getting back, but just note that the families that suffer, the family that's under distress and stuff is not going to be looking at a survey or looking for a survey to fill out. They're not going to be thinking about putting a survey in or even reading a survey. And so can we find some way that we can look at the data for the kids that's not reporting to school or reporting late every day, and let's try to address those kids first, and then we can look into and use it as our pilot, and then look into a way to make this program evolve and run smoothly and efficiently. That's my question to you, Dr. Cash.
Okay, Dr. Cash, did you want to respond, or did Do you want to wait for Ms. McCosey and Mr. Scott so you can answer all the questions at the same time?
Yeah,
Your preference.
I'll do it that way.
Okay, Ms. McCosey and then Mr. Scott.
Barry, your hand was up first. You can go.
Go ahead, Jen.
So I have two requests. One of them is, Cheryl, if possible, some of these statistics that, you know, to kind of prove whether or not this would move the needle, is there any way to bullet point them so we as board members can share those with our constituents instead of maybe having to wait for updates or reports in like weekly work sessions, or anything that you feel is relevant for us to be able to translate? I would love to get like a cheat sheet or bullet points of what it is that you see are the holdups for this. We all are, you know what, I'm not going to speak for everybody else, but I know, you know, my phone's blowing up right now. There are concerns, both, you know, for, against, and what's going to happen as far as like what I'm getting here. So that's one request. The other is, can we please discuss whether or not this resolution is going to be tweaked and whether we're going to change narratives in this resolution, because I've yet to hear how, you know, how we're going to present this. Is this literally going to be presented as is right now? Because that hasn't been addressed. It was the entire reason to move this to committee. I appreciate the fact that we have all this conversation about kind of how and, you know, all of these things, but none of that is even to be worked on until we present something stating everything that's a concern for everyone. And then we can move forward. You know, I mean, there's been 38 different layers of how to go about this, and all I want to see is that we change the narrative a bit. We've been able to edit a resolution in minutes, and we haven't even done that. So can we please have the discussion as to how to address this resolution, tweak it a bit, so that if we're going to focus on one particular piece, we still create the narrative that we are concerned with everyone involved. We still create that narrative. It was stated after my last comment that yes, this does include Uber and the whole nine. It absolutely does not, because it refers to gas cards. So gas cards do not cover, you know, people taking their kids on buses, people taking their children in Ubers and Lyfts. And you can't just rely on, and excuse me for stating this, but this is how it was presented, you can't wait for Auntie P to come and pick somebody up when Ubers and Lyfts fluctuate. Everyone knows this. If it's a busy time in the mornings when people are taking their kids back and forth to school, when there's work, you know, when there's heavy traffic, Ubers can jump anywhere between $10 to $30. In you do the same route at 11:35 in the morning, and it's considerably lower. That's out of no one's control. So we need to figure out how it's not a gas card, right? Because that's very specific to someone using that to put gas into their car. How do we tweak this so that it can include everybody? And if we prioritize the people who are taking their children, then how do we word it so that there's expansion in the future as to how we deal with this as a whole? Can we please discuss the resolution, because nothing can move forward until that is presented in the correct way that it should be presented. And as of right now, well, I don't want to say correct way because it didn't come to the table incorrectly. It wasn't illegal how it came to the table. It's just, can we please come to an agreement as to how we're wording this so we can take it and move forward? That was the request for that I put into place to even move this to committee in the first place.
I respect that, Board Member McCosey, because the Erie County submission that I gave to the Buffalo Public Schools clearly says that it could be not just gas cards, but it could be a Visa card, but it does cap it at $10 per mile. But the Visa card would cover the other means that parents use for transport. Again, it is not going to cover a $35 Uber, but it would give the option, you instead of mailing a gas card that only covers the people who are driving and getting other neighbors or getting their family to drive, the Visa card would cover the buses or the other means. So if someone wants to make a friendly amendment to the resolution to say gas cards and Visa card, and that the reference that's in the Erie County version, it says the parent is responsible, the parent or guardian signs. They submit not a daily log, it's one sheet of paper, and the mileage is established on the first time it's on there. I mean, this is really keeping it, they're doing it, and they only needed 2 staff. They're doing this now, and they have a lot more bureaucracy because they're actually processing checks. So they're not giving gas cards. They're not making it easy to mail out a gas card or a Visa card. They actually do process checks to 7 different controller, budget, check agencies. They have a process, but they're handling 500. And if Cheryl was indicating that there's 350 that children that didn't get picked up, maybe this might be manageable as a pilot and actually address the main concern of attendance increasing, children not getting frostbite, and parents really making it very clear to the board members they want something other than crisis management solutions. So I really hope we can get a friendly amendment and pass a resolution so Dr. Cash and his staff can get started, and that Cheryl can maybe take the data. As you say, we already know which buses are having problems. We already have parents calling. In fact, I would bet Joe Agro would have a list of parents we could immediately survey. So I would agree we need to make an amendment to move us forward. I believe Larry Scott, you were next, and then we have Sharon Belton Cotman's hand up. So I hope that's helpful. Larry, you're muted. We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Chairwoman Woods. Similar to some other board members that already kind of expressed this sentiment and request, and similar to what I presented or spoke on in the board meeting last Wednesday, I think we need to gather far more information, data, before we move forward on this. I think a survey, a good survey, is a place to start. If we're hearing from constituents about their kids waiting on corners, we should be able to connect with them to get a survey completed. And I need better understanding as to, going back to the questions that I asked last week, how many parents are currently providing their own transportation and only doing so as a result of the bus driver shortage? How many parents would transport their children as a result of this potential incentive that aren't currently doing so and have the means to do so? How does a gift card translate into that transportation actually happening? How many current and potential families are providing their own transportation and their socioeconomic backgrounds currently? We need, in my opinion, this data, this information, before we have any understanding what impact this will have individually and system-wide, in my opinion. In regards to the resolution, I cannot I will say, I cannot support the resolution as written. To me, the resolution needs to focus on research, collecting more information, and directing the superintendent to, as a result of that research and data collection, to submit a plan to us to approve. I cannot support the resolution with all the specifics that are in it that have, I think, pretty confidently have been shown to be problematic in many ways. Thank you, Chairwoman Woods.
Thank you, Board Member Scott. I'm sorry, Ann, I didn't see your hand. I do believe you were up, so could you go next, and then Board Member Cotman? Forgive me.
It's no problem at all.
My hand is up as well, Board Member Paulette Woods. My hand is up also. Thank you.
Okay, and then would you beat
Evans-Pound?
after him? You beat after Sharon, please.
Okay. So I want to frame this conversation in the context of the resolution and in the context of meeting needs. So our primary goal as a board is to make policy for the district. And so as a result, we want to think about how this fits with current policy. Does it amend it? Does it set a precedent? Does it align with it? Does it negate it? Is it feasible? But I think the most important thing that we need to figure out with any resolution is, does it address the educational needs of the students? And particularly right now, how does it address the educational needs of students impacted by the pandemic? These are really critical things, because we're hearing loud and clear from parents that their needs aren't being addressed. But what we're not sure about is all the different reasons for their needs not being addressed, because we have a variety of different needs. So based on anecdotal evidence, in other words, parents telling us, individual parents taking the time to contact their board members, which tells you one side of things, right? It's not that they're not true, it's that that's one cohort of needs, which is that parents feel frustrated with the fact that they don't have a reliable, dependable source of transportation, even though it's getting better. That uncertainty is a problem for parents, because that would explain a lot of what we're hearing about students standing out on bus stops. And then additional to that, right, is that students then can't access the services that they need in schools. So those are the top two that I'm hearing. Those are probably the themes that run through everybody, right? All of these concerns. And so I think the question we should be asking, the question we should take a step back and ask when we go to write a resolution is, how then, what are the multiple different ways that we could address these needs? Gas card might be one of them. There's been a bunch of others on the table. But one of the things that concerns me that I'd like to make sure that we address is we address three major things. So that one piece about parents expressing that they have needs that aren't being met, that are worsened by the pandemic, and they need support. There are all sorts of pieces to that with transportation. There are buses that don't come. There are buses that come late. There are buses that come erratically. And then there are the issues of parents who work before their children go out to bus stops. Children are at the bus stop, parents already at work. What do you do? There's a variety of needs that need to be met in there. There are a variety of solutions we could come up with to address those. Another one that's been mentioned several times in this meeting is attendance. We have lowered attendance. Some of that might be due to transportation. Some of it probably is due to transportation, but some of it might be due to other reasons too. And that parents have needs and need more support, and students obviously need more support coming to school. There are a variety of ways we can address those as well. And then the third that I hear also is that parents want to know that ARP ESSER funds are having a tangible, visible impact in supporting them through the pandemic. Because they know the funds are there, but they're not feeling the relief, so there's a disconnect for them. I am sympathetic to all of these things. But I think for a resolution, what we may very well want to do is write a resolution that's a little more high level, saying that we want and we are engaged in, and as a board, we are dedicated to meeting these needs, which would then free up how to meet them for us. So some of it might be reimbursed transportation. Some of it might be alternative ways to attend schools. Some of it might be incentives for attendance. There's all sorts of things that districts are doing. And I think what I'm hearing, because of the way that the conversation keeps shifting between these different buckets of needs, that we're going to need more than one solution. It might be worthwhile to think about amending the resolution to do that kind of work. In other words, to embrace our position on meeting the needs of parents who are stressed by pandemic stressors, and find more than one option for them. Thank you.
Sharon Belton Cotman, then Kathy Evans Brown, please.
I think Kathy's hand was up before mine.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kathy. Please
Well,
proceed.
thank you. Thank you very much. Similarly, I like the idea of tweaking the resolution. And Ann is absolutely right. There's a variety of variables that we're talking about. You know, such as kids sitting, standing on the bus stop. I've seen them freezing. And you have to remember, Buffalo poverty rate is very high. So we can't take that for granted. We have to keep that in this equation when we're talking about our district children. They're freezing on, you know, with this inclement weather, whether you know it or not. I had my first child actually in February 25th. It was a darn blizzard. So it took forever to get to the hospital. And so February just started. So it's going to be another blizzard. Okay. When we talk about, you know, the weather, you have to keep that in mind as well. So I think when we conceive the resolution talk about it will help to reduce the shortages of drivers. I think we need to include, you know, some of what Ann is talking about, attendance. It would help in a variety of ways because, again, I have to use myself as an example. When my children stood on the bus line back in the day, they would come home. I had to go to work, but as a young mother, I could have used a gas card. I could have used, you know, a Visa card or whatever. And so we're always sort of worried about people not doing the right thing. Certainly we have to do that. However, I just have a belief that most people will do the right thing when it comes to their children, getting them to school. Kids now, you know, return home from school late. It has gotten better. It used to be 7:30, 8 o'clock. Cheryl can tell us what that looks like now. Is it 5? I don't know. But we need to support parents, you know, during this pandemic, and parents want to see, you know, like Ann said, they want to see that their interests, their concerns, and their children are put on a pedestal, just like we do on this board with our own children. We want to see where these dollars are coming from, where they're going, and how is it helping me and mine get from point A to point B. So I agree with Jen. We need to edit the resolution to include some of these these variables. And like Lou said, we may do a pilot and get started next year with the whole resolution starting anew. That's all I had, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you so much, Board Member Kathy Evans Brown. Sharon Belton Cotman.
So I appreciate your comments. I really think you need to do a second resolution because you've put a lot on this. The reason for this resolution was to keep it as simple as possible. There was a reason why Visa cards were not put into this formula. There are legal ramifications for Visa cards or for giving cash. It impacts persons. It could possibly impact their personal insurance, as far as I shouldn't say their personal insurance, but the liability part is very it's a fine line. So the reason why we were reimbursing people is that it takes a lot of the stigma associated with IRS and a lot of other issues. Contrary to popular belief, this resolution was very well thought out. I recommend that when you want to, that if you want to add things, we need to know in advance, because I did my research on it, what the ramifications are for bringing in the Ubers or the Lyfts, et cetera, et cetera. But in moving forward, okay, my phone is blowing up because everyone is saying there's no sense of urgency here. And I think people are resentful of that. I don't know anyone who can tell a parent at this point, after this weather period that we've had, that it's not important for us to do something at this table and do it in a quick way, in a fast manner. So yeah, we can do it the right way, we can go through the A, B, C, D step, or we can do something very simple. We can check with each principal and each transportation clerk and do a survey in each building and find out how many people are interested in doing it. We can cut through the chase, because whenever we do a survey, we certainly do not get a percentage of the response that we should receive from this district. And there's a reason for that. Okay, our parents do not respond to surveys very well. Okay, a petition, maybe that they would sign up to do it, might work out better, or something like that. But we don't get very good survey responses in this district. We really don't. And it has a lot to do with people being comfortable with doing it, the literacy rate, and all sorts of things. So I think we need to be clear that there's a sense of urgency here. It may not be, and I welcome anybody to go stand on a corner unannounced and just stand out there on sub-zero weather and wait with those kids to get on the bus, and not understand why the parents are texting that there's a sense of urgency. In addition to that, without having a method for people to communicate with the board during these work sessions, board members' phones are blowing up when it really should be a permanent record in this system of what's going on with people and their opinions, so that we can take a look at it. It's not happening. Okay, so we need to move that one forward. But you can put anything you want in the resolution. Time is of the essence as far as these children being cold and addressing this year. We need to do something this year. We need to do something this year. We need hope in this community. They do not feel connected to us because they feel that we don't get it. And that's the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Cotman. Jen McCosey, Board Member McCosey.
So I just like to plate for the record that every concern that I put forth, I did send in an email previous to the board meeting, and there was no address to that email. The amendment, or the change, revised, I should say, resolution went out, if not that day, the day before, and I responded to it quite extensively with pretty much every concern that I've listed when I brought it to the board. I also would like, if we're going to move forward, how we go about responding to resolutions, that anyone who looks to present a resolution, it was a process in the past, and I apologize if it happened and I didn't see it, but I did not receive any type of correspondence about this resolution before it was brought to the table by the author of the resolution. I know the conversation was in place. I know that folks brought it to our meeting. I know that the community put forth the idea, but the fact that the resolution was going to actually be at the board table for us to vote on, there's different ways that we all go about bringing forth resolutions. There was actually untruths spread about how I put forth a resolution, and we need to clarify that, because a nasty narrative was set out about me for almost 2 years now. And it's due to the fact that how we present resolutions to each other is not clear. In order for us to vote on it, we need to all come together. So I'm not saying that this is just directed at the author of this particular resolution, because this happens more often than not. But if we're going to put forth how we go about responding and communicating with each other before a vote happens, or before, the resolution comes to the actual table, we need to know about the resolution before we have to respond to it. And again, there was an accusation that I put forth a resolution that had no time to be voted on. That actually was not even true, that I had been working on something well before it came to me. The resolution that's been, and this has been in the public, the resolution that people refer to, I received less than 24 hours before the rest of the board received it, only due to the fact that I refused to sponsor it until the board saw it. So we have a serious miscommunication as to how we put forth our resolutions to each other. And I appreciate and respect, the process that you're trying to put in place. Board Member Kottman, I support it, and I'm hoping that we can move forward with how we even go about presenting resolutions to each other in the future.
I see your hand, Board Member Kottman.
Thank you, Board Member Makuzi. I'd just like to point out that the resolution that I submitted was done on the 14th. And I asked for input. However, for whatever reason, I did not think that I was supposed to answer all the questions or the questions that came forward. I certainly thought that the board members would answer, it would come to the board and that we would address it. We did not have the meeting, our scheduled meeting that week on the 18th. So the resolution stayed out from the 14th to the 25th. During that time period, it was open. I asked people to co-sign it or to co-sponsor it. And the response, the questions that I got, I don't think that board members understand that we are equal partners in this. So I certainly did not feel that it was my place to answer your questions, that we would discuss it at the table. So that resolution went out on the 14th. It was not voted on until, or even addressed to the 25th. And it was an open, it was plenty of time if somebody wanted to reach out and talk to me or discuss it with me, but to expect me to answer every question that came with the resolution, I'm sorry, my schedule doesn't afford me that. And I didn't think that was my responsibility to do that. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. All right, Dr. Cash. Ultimately, the responsibility for the safety of the children, the concerns that have been raised about the cold blizzard is starting tomorrow, the concerns about increasing attendance, the concerns about parents feeling that we need to address their concerns with a sense of urgency. you suggest, President Petrucci suggested a survey. What do you have as a suggestion of what you can do, or if this resolution is not passed or amended, ultimately the responsibility for the safety of the children, them getting their education, it falls on you. You're our employee. So I'm throwing this back to you, Superintendent.
Yeah. So I'm not sure what you just characterized is what everybody said. I'm not sure we have a unanimous consensus about this. I really don't. I've been listening to it. And I don't mean about whether we go forward or that. I'm just talking about where we stand with going forward. Okay. This is not a let's do it fast. Let's get something with all due speed. Okay. I want to be real clear about that. And that's what all those questions were designed to help you understand. Now, what I would make, I have two questions. First question is, somebody really help me. Maybe I'm old, maybe I just don't get it. But if my kid is freezing at the bus stop, I want to know what this resolution will do for that parent. Because that's the population you keep talking about. The ones that are freezing, ones not coming to school because it's too cold and the buses are late. So now, you pass this resolution, how do those parents benefit from this resolution? Somebody explain that to me.
That's really interesting. Okay, from a perspective of the fact that if I have an opportunity to get my child off the street from standing on the corner, because I know that I will have additional money, and I could maybe get a neighbor to drive me if I don't have my own car, to get my child off the street from standing on the corner being cold, that I'm given one more opportunity to eliminate a barrier that may exist between me and my child standing on that corner, then as a parent, I may have that option to do it. I don't have it now. Maybe it's not clear.
No, it's not.
Maybe it's not clear. Maybe from the perspective that, no, it may not save you any money, okay, but it may certainly save Johnny's ability to adapt and enjoy school a little bit better if he could get to school on time and not eat his lunch at 10:30. I mean, eat his breakfast at 10:30 when all the other kids have already had their morning orientation. Maybe it provides a parent the opportunity that they did not have. Maybe it's just one more way to break down one more barrier. Maybe that's what it basically
I'm trying to understand it. Do it this way, Sharon. Say, my name is Sharon Belton Copman. Take me through a day in the life of how it would help you. You see, you're one of these parents.
Okay, let me
just finish the scenario.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're one of these parents that are suffering right now. They're very concerned. They don't have the feeling that there's any urgency being done about this problem.
Mm-hmm.
And their child is out there on the corner waiting on a bus, and it's been a problem all year long, and they're freezing. So now, put yourself in that parent's shoes.
Okay, let me put myself in that parent's shoes.
Tell me how that resolution this resolution is going to help.
So
that might help me.
Let me tell you what Sharon Cotman, who was a single mother, who made sure that her kids got on the bus and had to be at work by 8:15. Okay, right. Let me help you understand what that woman did. Okay, so let me tell you what she would do today. I have neighbors all the way around me that have cars. I don't have a car. I'm the parent with no car. I would go across the street and I would say, Mr. Vernon, I need to get my child to school. I know you're retired and I know you home during the day. Can you help me? I'm going to be able to get a gas card. I'm going to be able to get a gas card. Okay. Would you drive me to school and bring me back with my kid every day? Okay, would you help me pick them up? And at the end of that week, I will give you the $50 gas card. That's what Sharon Cotman would do. But you know what? In addition to that, okay, Sharon Cotman, God blessed her enough that I would be able to call my sister or my brother, and they would come and help me, okay? And I would be able to give them some support, okay? Because it is not pretty when you don't have money. And I have been in a situation where my money has been short. And had it not been for my support system, okay, my brothers, my sisters, making sure that Sharon Cotman and her boys did okay when we went through our rough periods. So it gives that parent an opportunity that does not exist now, okay? And how she works it, or how he chooses to work it to get that child to school, as long as that child gets there, then thank God the child was able to get there. And that's the priority, because guess what? As a poor parent, my hope is that that child gets an education and is able to lift himself up so he doesn't have to go through what I've gone through. That I have to worry about having a $50 gas card in order to get some gas or to get somebody to school. There's a lot of options available for people when you open up for. So that's what Sharon Cotman would have to do, okay? And you would see Sharon Cotman with Mr. Vern taking my child to school, and Mr. Vern would be bringing me back home every day. That's what we would be doing, because we would be getting them two boys to school. That's the scenario for Sharon Cotman.
And so does Mr. Vern get the card, or you get the card? And then you can subcontract.
I get the card. And that's right.
Whoever takes the kid.
That's right. That's
okay.
right.
So that's a very interesting response. I appreciate you for it. And now I have another 5 sheets that I'm gonna be thinking about that's raised out of that scenario, because that raises all kinds of concerns for me.
Well,
if that's what you meant for this resolution.
No, that's not what I meant. But what I did do is I asked the clerks, the transportation clerks. When I put this together, I asked them specifically, and they know the person who picks up John. So Mr. Vern might be the person that's listed to pick my child up or whatever, but they know whose coming to pick those children up. Matter of fact, they can tell you, if you want to do a survey inside each school could tell you what they were able to do and how they can do it. But at the end of the day, I'm not standing anymore out there on the corner with my child, waiting on a bus that did not come. Thank you.
Okay, we have several hands up. I believe I see Lou Petruski, Terrence, then Terrence Hurd, and okay, and it's Sharon. You just take your head down. So Lou and then Terrence, please.
Paulette, I was raising the hand for Terrence. I didn't realize he's done it on his computer, so I'll defer to Terrence.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Woods, Dr. Cass, to answer your question, there's a slew of answers that we can go through all night to address your question. The first thing you should remember that when the parents got together, they started this before the winter time. This is before it was cold outside. These conversations happened before the snow hit the ground, while the kids can still wear shorts to school. This was a problem back then, and right now it's exacerbated right now to a much larger situation, a much larger issue and problem now that it is snowing. So when we talk about the number of bus drivers that we're missing and number of bus routes that Mrs. Kennedy worked hard to cut down to get traffic moving, get kids to school, it affected every family that's catching buses. When kids are on the bus from early in the morning on the bus stop and getting home late at night, it affects education. If you look at the facts that this is the third poorest city of this size in the country. So we have many other factors that families here deal with, that I dealt with growing up. So I can tell you the many problems that people have. We can go look at so many different scenarios. Kids, when they late for school, when they on the corners, this is third poorest city. A lot of these kids are missing breakfasts when they get to school. So they go into school and not eating because they stand in the corner for long periods of time. So that directly reflects the health and wellness of our children also, because now they go into class when they come in late or they're missing breakfast or trying to get a quick bite to eat in real quick and be in class, which is not allowed. We can go to the cognitive learning, cognitive thinking of our children. You know, when they get to school, if they freeze, if they cold, they're not coming in to or you yourself or anybody else. I'll speak for other people now, because when you cold, you freezing, you're not coming in trying to rush in to work right away. You're trying to warm your body up. You're trying to get yourself together. These kids, when we say poor, we're talking about boots that they wear are not great boots, or they wearing sneakers to school, or some kids like to wear hoodies to school. That's their fashion. That's what they do, you know. But then you got some kids who share clothes and things like that. So these are our family. These are things that happen in the city that have to be recognized and understood. Last couple things is that now, since this has happened to kids, they are in the corner all the time, and they're you know, seeing the effects that it is to go to school, especially on Mondays. Kids don't want to get up. Parents are fighting with their children to get them out of bed because they don't want to stand in the corner and wait all day for a bus to come that's not coming, or hasn't arrived and hasn't come. And they don't want to see their elderly caregivers, their mothers or their grandparents or grandfathers or whoever's caring for them, to be on the corner waiting on them outside in the cold while they're cold waiting for the kids. Kids heartbeat faster. They don't get as cold as elderly people do it as quick, but elderly people are suffering also. So this is a community issue. And what can we do about this? We have to address it somehow, some way. And like I said earlier, we need to try to find a way to get to those kids that's affected the most, those families that's affected the most. We got teachers calling me all the time saying they stand after school free of charge to make sure these kids get home. Or we got teachers that's riding on school buses to make sure that the kids get home safely, and because they don't have a bus lane, things like that. So there's so many different things that's factors that's stopping the movement of our kids to get to school safely and home safely. And it's a hazardous condition, and I will say that, because when kids are in snowbanks, standing on ice, or in dangerous condition where cars and trucks slide or buses slide, that puts them in harm's way. So there's so many different factors that we can go through all day, and I can go on and on about different ways to answer your question. But it's our responsibility to find some resolutions through this. I'm going to stop now. I'm on the open floor.
Thank you, Board Member Hurd. Dr. Cash, I think that if you really were serious about the question you asked, you should speak to Diana Boyd with her 4 children at Waterfront and one at Futures, who called because no buses came, and it's a consistent problem. And she just wants her children to go to school. You know, she didn't want to have 5 kids all stuck at home. She wants them to get their education. They want to be getting their education. You should talk to Christine O'Hill with her 2 children at Waterfront. Waterfront seems to have significant problems, who says, I just want some stability, some certainty. Are they going? Are their bus coming? I just want to not have to take off from work. I will drive my own kid to school, but I can do it in a planned manner and before I go to work and not have to call off. I just want some reliability. I can't handle it. The parents are just asking for some certainty, a management approach to it. We know the size of the problem. Cheryl can tell you the size of the problem. If it's 350 kids, can we please work to address this in an urgent manner? And board members, I do think we need to pass something that will give some direction to our employee that we do need to have a more urgent answer, even if it's just a start, getting the information, getting the survey, getting additional information. We need to move forward on addressing this problem. So can we get either a vote on the the resolution. Jen, would you like to propose just adding in a couple of lines so that we can all agree on passing a resolution? If we can get 5 votes to pass a resolution to start addressing the payment of parents so that they can take their kids to school. And starting with the survey, as Lou has already started out and gathering the information, but even if it's going to be a trial, as I took his notes, but we do need to start something. We do need to pass something, and we've taken a lot of time. We've had a lot of discussion, so.
We can't vote tonight.
There is no voting tonight or amendments to the resolution. You can reach consensus on what changes you may want to see as a board, you know, so the drafter can consider that. If the intent is to put it before the board in February, but there's no voting or amending tonight.
Okay.
It's a work session, not a board meeting.
Okay, so we still need to move forward with some suggestions. So, Board Member Cotman, would it be acceptable to you if the board members send you some amendments so that we can have a amended resolution for passage at our board meeting?
No problem, Madam Chair.
Board members, I think all of you agree with there is a problem. We do need to address it. And I hope you can send your suggestions so we can make some amendments and agree to start this process. I think we can all agree it would help in attendance, Dr. Cash. I do think the parents who've called, and some of them are currently concerned about having perfect attendance and their kids being marked out because of the buses. So that's another stressor from parents. I think we need to show some respect to the parents and the students and start to address it. I do think you are well capable of starting and coming up with something, being aware that our winters do go into February, March, and sometimes April. I've had snow in April. So that's the last thing I have to suggest. We have a whole nother committee, and members, thank you so much for all of your input. And thank you, Dr. Cash, for your number of concerns. I pray that you will start, your staff will start looking at the answers for some of those questions and concerns.
Well, colleagues, let me just make I have one other question. I still don't understand and was not given a clear understanding of what this resolution would do to help, even with all of Mr. Hurd's issues. Believe me, I'm fully aware of all of that. But here's the other question I have for you, because you got to hear me when I say what my staff is under. Okay, they're under so much more trying to get us through this period that we're in. And what I would just ask is, would it be possible for you to reconvene that committee that I'd asked to study this, and had this issue did come up, it wasn't supported by that committee, but we're back to it now. And so I would ask respectfully, if 3 of you who have the ideas about it now, you have a different change of mind about it, just 3 of you, reconvene in that committee and give me something really, really simple and clear and concrete between now and the board meeting that you can vote on. And then I'll execute it, because I don't have anything simple and clear and easy. And then you can give it all the urgency that you want to give it. You can come up with all the ideas, because Lou got all the ideas. You got the ideas. You all been out calling all around the state. So have a week. Get 3 of you who want to work on this. make it practicable, make it actionable, and then we'll do it. But I'd like your help on this, because you haven't really heard me say what Cheryl and I have said of the complications around this issue. It is not simple. But you have the time and you can get that done, and then I'll look at it and we'll be happy with all due haste and all due urgency, get this voted on in the February meeting. And I make that with all sincere respect. Would you consider that?
Board Member McCosey has her hand up. Dr. Cash, I don't believe there's any committees that work independently without relying on staff.
Well, the staff was in that other committee.
To do the work.
I would commit that staff in that task force committee. But it could be a different group of board members, is what I'm saying. And let's get this done post haste with all urgency and bring it back to me.
Board Member McCosey, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'll make this short. I think we've spent majority of this time putting up scenarios and different ways to look at this. As board members, we need to worry about and encompass everybody's issue, and we all know that they exist. Regurgitating each and every issue that comes to the table is not helping right now. The resolution needs to reflect the fact that so many people, so many students, regardless of their mode of transportation, are dealing with the transportation shortage that is a nationwide issue. We need to have the facts that, Cheryl can give us to make sure we talk to people, and we need to be able to present something that encompasses a narrative of everyone, because everyone's situation and scenario is different, but the results are the same. Whether or not the child is driven to school or not driven to school, that child is going to be late getting breakfast. Whether or not that child is driven to school or not driven to school, or however they get there, they're standing there and they're cold. And there's so many other factors. There's the fact that, the city has not been able to remove some of these snow mounds that the kids are on. So we need to be able to make sure that we address this instead of looking at this scenario, that scenario, this scenario, and keep asking for more scenarios. The fact is, all scenarios exist. So what do we do as board members to address the fact that all these scenarios exist? Maybe we prioritize, like I said, these ways to reimburse people to get the ball rolling, but the resolution has to reflect that all scenarios exist. We represent all 35,000 plus children in this district, and it is affecting everyone. So I get it. I understand urgency is the issue, but if we go about this with this KISS method, keep it simple, stupid, in the end, we're going to be the ones to look foolish, be implemented in a way that resolves the urgency, and we end up having to backtrack to cover an item or something that we might have did wrong, or because we directed the superintendent to just throw gift cards out there, or gas cards or Visa cards or whatever it is. We have to just make sure that we're doing this in the right way. So I'm down to figure that out, but it wouldn't be simple if we just said, okay, just do it. And then the implementation is just wrecked with hurdles that we're going to be, we're going to tell people, yeah, it's out there. We passed the resolution. We're going to do this. But the reality is it may not be able to happen because there's too many hurdles in the way that we didn't approach. Right. And then you put it directly on the district as if they're not begging us right now to say, hey, look, these are the possible hurdles. So help us figure this out. Help us help you. That's what I'm hearing. So why don't we address that in this week? Why don't we figure this out in this week? Because the urgency exists. Kids are still cold, but everybody's kid is cold. This is happening across the district due to a nationwide shortage. And yes, this suggestion is a good one, but how do we expand it? I feel like a broken record, but literally, people, let's stop prioritizing one over the other, and just, if we're going to go with this method to start the ball rolling, let's do it, but let's figure out how we can make sure that the urgency will happen instead of like, this needs to be done now. I'm pushing this so that the parents are sufficed with what I'm saying, but it's not going to end up happening because we didn't help to make sure that it would be implemented properly. So that's what I'm saying. We're all on the same page with let's get something done, but we're literally throwing hurdles in our own way because we can't seem to get on the same page. Everybody's got an issue. Here's a beginning to it. So let's incorporate all that in the narrative, in the current solution, in the current resolution. The pushback on whether or not we amend the current resolution, there shouldn't be any because we're trying to make it great. I just want to stress again, no one's situation or scenario is better or worse or can or can't. Everybody is dealing with this. So as long as we look at this with that equity mindset, then we will be in a better place.
Thank you, Board Member Mercosi. I like a can-do spirit. I believe we have Lou Petruski's hand up, or is it you, Terrence?
No, for this one, it's me, Paulette. So I am happy to lead this charge on behalf of the board. I'd be happy to create a working document with whomever else on the board would like to, and with the input from staff, with their review as well. I'm more than happy, and if it's acceptable to everyone, then or to my fellow board members, then maybe we can make this as a amendment to the resolution. I will have a document done post haste. I do not have all the answers, Dr. Cash, but I am willing to try and work out a document that we can stand behind to help address some of these issues that have been brought forth. So I'm more than willing to do that. If anybody wants to help me draft a document, please let me know.
Put me in.
Okay. And I definitely want to contribute because I believe we can make a conversation with the people who are doing it and doing it with only 2 staff. So it might be easy. Any other hands? Let's see, any other hands?
Did you hear me, Paulette, say that I want to be in there?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
I believe.
And Paulette, Terrence has a question. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Oh, great. Terrence, I didn't see your hand. Terrence, you're muted.
There we go.
Thank you. I'll put my name in the head also. I know Dr. Cash recommended 3. If you need an extra hand or an extra voice or an extra pen, I'm available also.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd.
Board Member Kathy Evans Brown, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I think those of us who aren't on that team could still, I heard somebody say earlier to send comments to somebody.
Board member, well, it could be to President Lou Petruski now, since he wants to spearhead it.
All right, so we'll send other board members who are not on that team that was just convened can send their comments to tweak this resolution to board member, our president, Lou Petruski. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, so that I can close out the Finance and Ops Committee, so we have another committee?
Yeah.
Hearing none.
I believe we still have a district budget update, Ms. Woods.
Oh, sorry. Jeff, are you still here?
Jeff still has an 1 hour presentation, colleagues. So you got to be patient.
Yeah, so with that said, Dr. Cash, we only completed 1 item on our agenda. It looks like we have 3 more items on our agenda. So I'm not feeling good about how productive our discussion is going to be for the remainder of these items. So how are we going to proceed? Are we expected to complete all of these items tonight?
I tell you what, colleagues, Jeff and I've launched the budget season. If you read my memo that's out there now to you and to all of our constituents, you can get caught up. Jeff can send his presentation to you, and we could maybe, depending on what you do next week, borrow 5 minutes here and there, Larry, because I know you'll be economical with your committee. So I would recommend that not to get into that unless you're going to give Mr. Hurd equal time for his resolution, which I believe you should. So I'm happy to do whatever you want to do. I always take, and I'm prepared on a board meeting to go as long as you need to go. But you got to make a decision.
Well, I think we've taken up enough time. So if Jeff wants to send his presentation, it would be nice if he could speak a few minutes, but we do not need an hour.
Well, then let it do it.
Yeah,
Let it
I
do
only
it.
have 2 pages.
Yes. It's a short presentation.
I have 2 pages.
Yeah, it's 2 pages, Lou, but so was the resolution was 1 page. Pages don't have anything to do with anything. It has to do with the questions that you have as a result, the conversation you have as a result. And this issue of fiduciary responsibility is very important. It's your second major responsibility. So what Jeff has to share tonight is critically important. It's critical.
Well,
but time that it's
share his 2 pages briefly.
You prepared to do that?
Briefly, yeah.
It's not going to be brief. All right, Mr. Pritchard, get ready. Jeff, go through it as we had talked and include the kickoff for today, and then we'll open it up for board questions. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yep, thank you. Admir, can you please put the presentation up? Go right to page 2. All right, thank you. And I think I can get through this pretty quick because most of what you'll see here kind of speaks for itself and really is just giving you kind of a heads up on where things sit with the governor's budget. But as Dr. Cash alluded to, that kickoff memo, every year we do a budget kickoff memo that I kind of look at as, you know, a statement of where the budget sits right now, very, very early in the process. That memo went out today. Couple things that are on there. School-based budgets, those should be going out tomorrow to the schools. We'll note, and we've already talked about this with the principals, that there's an $18.7 million allocation from the ARP ESSER, the ESSER 3 program that is included in the school-based budgets as a supplement to those budgets. There were questions in months previously on what is this, where I explained there's a portion that goes to these school-based budgets. That's what this is. In the schools, we'll see that. There's also on the school-based budgets, there are some additional allocations that are done directly by departments. Psychologists, social workers, attendance teachers, and there's some other ones that are in there right now that they were previously requested as part of the budget, kind of specifically for those certain functions. Those are on there as well. So that kind of covers the school-based budgets. The initial projections of revenues and expenditures are relatively balanced and in line with our 4-year financial plan. So the board just approved a new iteration of that plan in December. And we're looking at using, based on that plan, about 10 million in fund balance, and that 10 million essentially really kind of relates to that mismatch or the gap between transportation expense and transportation aid. As you're aware, expense in year 1 drives the revenue, the transportation aid in year 2. And we've had depressed transportation expenditures for the last 2 years, which then subsequently reduces the transportation revenue in the following year. So that's one of the reasons where fund balance would come into play, and that's in the 4-year plan and in our early projections as well. That kickoff memo also does include sort of a timeline of the overall budget. We'd gone over it a couple months ago. It doesn't really change, but that's also in that memo. The next little part here, so Governor Hochul, and this month is typically the only update that we give is really on state aid. This year it's interesting. It's the first year after we had a large increase in aid and a commitment to continuing the full phase-in of foundation aid. So Governor Hochul on the 18th of last month released the executive budget proposal, $2.1 billion in statewide increases in education aid. That's great. Foundation aid makes up about 1.6 billion of that, and that's year 2 of the phase-in. Another $500 million relates to all the other expense-based aids. And expense-based aids, again, are things that they're reimbursements of costs. Generally, cost in year 1 becomes revenue in year 2. As those costs go up or down, the revenue goes up and down the next year along with that. So there's full funding of those. And then next point, following page just shows a quick summary comparison of our state aid. So I'm not showing anything else in the budget, just looking at the summary of state aid. Admir, can you please go to the next slide? So this little table here, again, I'm showing it in millions of dollars, so just trying to keep it at a real high level. It's the adopted budget so this was the May 2021 adopted budget. Versus what my estimate is for next year's state aid. And I've broken it down by foundation aid, building aid, transportation aid, and then all other expense-based aids. And the reason that you're seeing so I call it mine, it's the estimate that I came up with, the CFO estimate. It does differ from the aid run that was released as part of the governor's budget. So we have that uses older information. We have information that is a little more current, and it allows me to make a few estimates that are different, particularly in foundation aid from what we have on there. But essentially, if you look at it, foundation aid year over year is going up about 27.8 million, or 4.7%. Last year, the increase was closer to 8%. And the reason why it's maybe about half that is because the way that the foundation aid phase-in is, it was 50% last year in terms of the phase-in. This year's 25%, and the following year's 25%. So that phase-in is it's front-loaded. It was front-loaded last year. So this is a good, and prior to last year and this year, a foundation aid increase of 4.7% would be almost historic in my time here. So this is good. Building aid, relatively in line with year over year. Transportation aid, you'll see a decent sized bump. And again, that just has to do with the projected cost of transportation. If you were to look at this current year that we're in right now, transportation expense, it will exceed by about 23% the prior year. And therein lies the reason for why we have an increase of about 23% in transportation aid. So it follows the expense. Other expense-based aids, I do show a decline. And these are things like CTE, career and technical education, and excess cost for special education students. Because these things are expense-based and sometimes they're pupil count-based, we had reduced costs in the prior fiscal year, which is actually reducing the expense that we're probably going to generate on these things. And that's, that is reflected in here. So it's about a $3 million decrease. Now, those things can fluctuate from year to year. So overall state aid will be up 3.8%. Now, one thing I want to let the board know, and this I believe is in the kickoff memo as well, is that any type of aid that is based on an expense varies based on what that expense is. So as expenses go up, the aid goes up, and so forth. Foundation aid is based on pupil counts. And over time, we have seen a decline in district pupil counts. Foundation aid does weight them, so there is some change with that. And it actually does include pupils that attend charter schools. But all of that, when you factor all that in, means that as our student counts fluctuate and or decline, we can expect that there are going to be impacts in foundation aid to that. In the past, foundation aid was basically a negotiated rate increase because it was so far under the calculation. So the legislature, the governor would negotiate 2 to 3% increase in foundation aid, and it really wasn't dependent completely on student counts. So our aid going forward is going to be more susceptible to changes in overall student counts and the types of students that we have. But again, as things look right now, based on the governor's proposal, this looks good. We would hope that through some lobbying and through some things that the legislature might do, these numbers may bump a little, some of them may change a little bit. So there could be some changes, hopefully positive changes between now and April 1st when the state budget is adopted. So that's really my update for tonight. So thank you. If there's any questions.
Thank you so much, CFO Jeffrey, especially for that pointer about our student counts, foundation aid being based on student counts. Maybe later you can kind of give us whether that's going to be a big problem, because we know we've got quite a significant number of students with chronic absences. So that's going to be an interesting scenario. We have 2 hands. I'm not sure who's first, Kathy Evans Brown or Terrence Hurd. So Kathy and then Terrence.
Yeah, that was my mistake. I believe I hit the wrong button. I have no questions at this time.
Terrence. And remember, we have to have this kind of brief.
Okay, I just have one quick question. Thank you, Mr. Pritchard, for such a great report. My question, we look at the variances and we talk about the times right now, and the government has projected there might be a 7.5% to 8% increase in the cost of fuel, food, heating, electricity is coming up that's going to affect families. Has that been calculated into this, into your report as far as your estimate?
What we're looking at here is based on the current laws and the current ways that our aid is calculated. One of the things, like foundation aid has an inflation factor, and there could be a negotiation between the legislature and the governor to put a larger inflation factor in. If that happens, our foundation aid would correspondingly increase. So that's to be determined, but that's certainly something that could happen. And there may be other proposed changes in laws in terms of how things are calculated that might take some of what you mentioned into account. But at this point, everything is based on just the current best projections we have, using the current current proposal from the governor and the existing laws that exist for state aid.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm not going to hold you up, but thank you for that. And I just want to make sure that we prepare for whatever happens next year or at the end of this year as far as the cost, and that we stay on track. You're doing a great job on keeping us in the green, and the governor's doing a great job with the expenditures and pushing out to help us with our expenditures. So thank you again.
Thank you.
The only other question I have for you, Mr. CFO, Jeff, you indicate on the transportation that you expect a significant increase, but you said that we're getting less revenue because our transportation costs have significantly decreased in the last couple of years. So how do I'm hearing you, is there still a significant surplus, meaning the budget we passed the transportation expenses are down, so we are receiving less aid. So is there a significant surplus in that account that we will be reporting?
So yes, and what you're looking at in that chart is basically 2 years compared to each other. If I compared it to 3 or 4 years ago, both of those transportation aid numbers would be much lower. As of the first quarter, the second quarter financial report you guys will have in the next board meeting. The first quarter, we had about a $16 million projection for the gap between budgeted transportation and the projection for the year. So we're not that far off right now. So that gives you an idea of roughly how much we're not spending based on the budget. And the budget was based on sort of a full transportation complement, which we obviously know does not exist at this time. So that's why there are savings. And again, the only reason it's up is because the prior year transportation costs were even lower.
Thank you so much. Does anyone else have any other questions so we can close out this session and move to the executive affairs? They have a big agenda also. Seeing no questions, this concludes Finance and Ops. Everyone, please get your suggestions to our president for that amendment so we can move forward on transportation for reimbursement for parents. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Dr. Cash.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Woods. I'm going to go ahead and open our Executive Affairs work session right now. I'm going to pull up our agenda. I'm working on several screens, so bear with me for a minute. And I believe the first item up, here it is. The first item up are opening remarks by me and Dr. Cash, and then we'll move into discussing the resolution for COVID-19 bonus compensation. So for me, I have a couple of things that I want to say, and then I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Cash. First and foremost, as I said in our last work session, I think it's critical that we continue to recognize the incredible stress that COVID has placed on our communities, particularly our students, our caregivers, and our faculty and staff. The spirit of the bonus compensation resolution is a very good and caring one, and that should be continued at the forefront of the discussion. When we move into discussion, I'll repeat this when we get to this place. I'd like to start with a focused discussion with a few guiding questions for the resolution. So a lot of them have to do with how this might be accomplished. So a few things. First, what I'd like my colleagues to consider is how would this investment help to achieve the vision and goals of the district? How would this investment address current and long-term student needs? Because ultimately that's our goal. How would this investment catch students up on learning and time that they've missed? Does this further equity and achievement for our students? Would this overcome barriers in recruiting new employees and retaining current employees? And then just a few procedural questions that I'm sure Dr. Cash will touch on, which is, can we even do this without BFSA and bargaining approval? And then what I'd like to close with, before we move off the topic, I'd like us to leave with some action items for this resolution so we have some clarity about where we're going next. How is the board feeling about that procedure to start with? If I could get just some affirmation via visual. You can give me a thumbs up, you can nod at me. If you have an issue, raise your hand. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, colleagues. Dr. Cash, I'm going to turn it over to you for your opening remarks, and then we're going to move forward with the resolution discussion.
Okay. Colleagues, good evening. Thank you, Mr. Hurd, for proposing a resolution that would provide recognition of the performance of all of our employees, try to keep our employees, and try to retain and encourage our employees to stay with us through this difficult period. I think that idea is a worthy idea. But as I have said for the prior resolution, this ends up being a management resolution rather than a governance resolution for the same reasons that I had indicated prior. It's not clear enough to actually implement. I don't think it's a good use of taxpayer dollars at this time. I think that there are bargaining units that we have, 11 bargaining units, which we are always at the table with to try to encourage things like retention ideas and strategies to reward our hard-working employees, great employees across the district. But I think it sets a bad precedent if the board starts to want to direct sort of deal as I see this with our employees. That means at any given time, the board could authorize what to pay employees for any given purpose or reason. I think that should be left to negotiations. For a host of reasons, this is kind of complicated because there's a lot of different groups of employees. Mr. Hurd, and you've got some comments in there about substitutes and so forth. So I won't go deep into that. Every bargaining unit has substitutes, right? So do you intend them to be included in this? So there's just those kinds of questions. And again, I presented them to you, so I don't have to go through that. I would rather spend the time like we did just now to let's hear from the board and let's hear what your thoughts are. And as long as they're legal and don't set a new precedent, and when I say legal, I mean from a negotiating union standpoint of how we typically work with our employee groups. But most of all, I'm concerned that there's a high cost just on a rough preliminary estimate of what you propose here. And because you're proposing ARP-ESSER funds to be used, the question begs, what would we have to give up in order to make space for this? Because as you know, we have very detailed ARP-ESSER plans. There's 2 of them that we're following right now, ARP-ESSER 2 and ARP-ESSER 3. And there is no provision in there right now for this kind of expenditure. So if you give $14+ million to staff, what then comes out of the ARP-ESSER plan? Because we have to keep audit trails and report to officials, state officials, federal officials on these kind of matters. And I'm not sure that this would be a highly approved expenditure of ARP-ESSER funds, because I don't see, at least from the way I'm seeing it, I don't see where academic improvement and social emotional challenges, which are substantial, attendance and the like, all the things you mentioned that we're struggling with, would be improved or would be even addressed with this particular resolution. So those are some of my preliminary concerns, but I'll go ahead and welcome the robust conversation and hear what my colleagues on the board have to say.
Thank you, Dr. Cash. So just a few highlight pieces for information for my colleagues on the board is that we're talking about if this resolution was to go through, we're talking on average in a ballpark of a $14 million cost. That if it came out of ARP-ESSER funds, those plans would be impacted. In other words, they would have to be amended, they would have to be looked at again, they would have to be stated again, they'd have to be resubmitted, and they would take away from other initiatives. And the third piece on the table that's important to think about is that because we are a district who have significant unions, it would impact that piece of it. So it would impact the ways in which bargaining is done. It would impact the way in which relationships with the unions are continued. So in other words, we can't bargain directly with unions. We have to we would have to move in some other direction that way. So that needs to be dealt with. And the third thing is that if we paid this directly out of our budget, that would still be a $14 million cost that would impact our operating funds. So those are the pieces to keep in mind as we move forward with the discussion. I'm going to reiterate a few things here with the focused discussion, the guiding questions. So our guiding questions are thinking about how this investment would help to achieve the vision goals, because that's a high-level board policy kind of operation, how it would address current and long-term student needs, catch student up on learning and time they've missed, further equity and achievement, overcome barriers in recruiting new employees and retaining current employees, and we need to factor in how other costs would be funded. That's not to say that recognizing the employees is completely off the table, but we need to talk about the how and where our vision and priorities would be with this kind of proposal. So in order to do this, what I want to be sure, as I have in my other work sessions, I want to be sure that everybody's voices are heard. So I'm going to start with Ms. Belton-Cotman, and then I'll go alphabetically among the members.
I appreciate the resolution.
I'm sorry, excuse me. Dr. Rivera, should not be able to talk a little bit about the resolution before we get other comments from board members?
Fine.
We can certainly do it that way if you prefer.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to talk about your videos or no?
Amir? First of all, I want to start out playing a video about the modern state and modern day of education here in the United States and problems that this district faces, and it's going to employ more in the future. So have Amir, could you start off, please?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. You guys can see it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can't hear.
There's no volume.
We're working on it, working on it.
So unfortunately, the video isn't working. I would suggest doing one pass with it, one more pass, and then you could summarize for us.
Thank you.
So unfortunately, we're getting a lot of feedback. This is still difficult at the moment. Is it possible to resolve this?
Yes.
We're working on it now. So actually, well, this is a problem that started, of course, before the pandemic, and the whole pandemic situation hasn't made it any better. A new survey actually shows that nearly 50% of teachers are currently considering quitting their jobs. And on top of that, about 34% of those say they may leave the profession entirely. Now, there's a couple of problems here because, of course, education is a huge, huge profession that people choose to get their education for. Behind me is the Steinhardt School at NYU, and people pay tons of money to go to schools like this. Columbia has a teachers college. There are these professional colleges all across the country, but enrollment is down. And the problem is, of course, that you think about the future of the country, you think about the kids, and it's so important to have high quality teachers, but now the pandemic has made this all worse. Listen. 10 years ago, the program enrollment for traditional ed programs started to decrease. People are just not valuing the profession anymore. You know, these are folks who put in 4 years and then some continue to get training even after their degree, and yet are paid minimally compared to other professions who have 4-year degrees. And so that's the issue, right? Of course, Ash, you think about, as I said, the children, the future, the backbone of America is making sure that our kids are educated. And of course, with 2 years of all of this remote learning, all of the fighting, the back and forth, and considering the fact that teachers aren't really paid that much, and you wonder what the future is going to look like and the impact that it's going to have on our kids.
Yes, indeed. Jackie, thank you very much. Try and stay warm out there on the cold.
Crime surges on. Teachers are calling out with COVID, leading to a potential crisis across the nation's schools. With record numbers calling in sick, thousands of schools have been forced to close. Schools scrambling to keep kids in the classroom, forced to come up with creative solutions.
In Miami, a staggering 1,700 teachers called in sick today. It was all hands on deck. Even the district superintendent filled in as a substitute science teacher. In Michigan, lunch ladies and school bus drivers are stepping in to supervise classes.
School districts facing teacher shortages are asking parents and alum to fill in as substitutes.
Hundreds of parents in Palo Alto, California, are volunteering at schools, doing anything from light custodial work to food services.
I've cleaned tables, I've swept floors.
In New Mexico, the governor now calling on the National Guard to teach kids. In Oklahoma, off-duty police officers are now stepping in to teach. Wow.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Hurd, go ahead and make your comments, and then I'd really like to open it to the floor.
Okay, those are just some of the challenges that school districts across the country are facing. And there is a national teacher shortage coming up. And not only does it affect teachers, this affects our instructional support personnel within our district. A couple of things about the resolution. Is that I went on a couple of radio shows and I was asked questions about the resolution. Why did I write it, and why am I supporting these measures? And the reason why personally is because throughout this year, and more this year than last year, is that I'm getting calls from some support staff and teachers, talking about they're looking to change their careers. They're looking to change, what they're doing, and they're leaving jobs in groves. And if you look at what we have in the district, you see a lot of people that work in support roles have left their positions or taken other positions. There's a lot of reasons why that fact is happening. This resolution is about retention and gratitude. That's what this resolution is about. It's about nothing else but retention and gratitude. And some of the questions that I've seen that was faced or that was posed already this evening could be answered through retention and gratitude, because we have to keep our workforce together. We have to keep them intact. And I believe that for far too long, we have
taking a reactive approach when we need to take a proactive approach. This district, this board need to take a proactive approach on making decisions about what's best for our children. And this is one of those things that I call a proactive approach, because we have a lot of problems going on with families in this district. Once again, we said it over and over again this evening that this is the third poorest city of its size in this country. These families are not born with silver spoons in their mouth. These families can't say, I'm going to buy my children a new pair of sneakers next week or a new pair of boots. These families are suffering, and they're living in squalorous type conditions. And as I started off by saying, is that the superintendent, this board, and for our community, this is a proactive approach for retention and gratitude. The COVID-19 resolution was emergency pay bonus to public school employees that fell upon hardships due to the impact of the pandemic, related disruptions and staff shortages. Also, it'll give some financial relief to the Board of Education employees who have fell under hardships due to COVID-related issues. So I get calls all the time, and I started off with a question earlier about, well, a statement saying that the reason why I wrote this. Nobody came to me and asked me anything about writing this resolution. No, so just to be clear, I didn't receive any phone calls saying to write this resolution. There was no union that came to me and said write this resolution. There wasn't a superintendent that came to me, but a bunch of teachers called me and say how important this will be, you know, to them and their families. You might think that this is a lot of money. It's not a lot of money per Buffalo Public School employee. It's not a lot of money, because as I researched this, some districts gave $7,000, some districts gave $5,000, and the way this is written, and to be clear, the way this is written was so that the board can reflect their opinion into this resolution and try to come up with a comparable number that could be sufficed for this district. This resolution, I did send it out, I emailed it to first Dr. Cash. I sent it to our Nate Kuzma. I sent it to the board president to take a look over first, and I also sent it, got Dr. Cash's permission to send it to Mr. Pritchard to oversee the numbers on it also. And then I sent it out to the board, and I asked the board to make reflections about their opinions on this resolution. And I did receive one reflection from Dr. Ann Rivera, who made some comments about the resolution, and you know, what was the reason for it, and you know, what can make it pass. And I think some of her comments and her questions that she had tonight reflect, you know, some of the things that she said then. I didn't receive any calls from any of the board members. Paulette Woods called me, and she did make a comment about the resolution, and we spoke about, you know, what's good in the resolution. Now, remember that everything has pros and cons. I believe that everything that we have pros and cons. So I always look at things from at least two different sides. What's the good points about it? What's the bad points about it? But I really believe that the good points far outweigh the bad points. If we go on, right now, last week a memo letter went out. I was on the news stating that our suburban districts are trying to recruit substitute teachers, and they want to pay them double because their districts are fine, and they're going to make sure that their children have everything. We got to make sure our children are prepared also, and our teaching staffs are prepared. This resolution has been written for 3 different phases. One is for full-time employees. Next section addresses the part-time employees, and the next section addresses the new hires. All that's based upon the retention, and the retention and the morale of this district means a lot. And I have teachers calling me saying that they are, you know, getting rides to come to work because they can't afford the gas anymore. I mean, teachers' aides, teacher assistants, these people only making $22 $23,000 a year. I would look at, in this plan, we look at our hourly employees, our school lunch aides and bus aides, you know, who's making less than minimum wage. They're making less than minimum wage, and they can't afford to come to school and work a job, and they can take another job and get paid more. And the reason why people are leaving their positions and jobs are because some of these jobs that they have for years, you know, they felt like as if they were underachieving. They felt that they were treated unfairly in these jobs. They felt that they can do more. And a lot of them are leaving their jobs to seek different jobs, and that pays more. So we have to find a way to show our work staff that retention, to keep them, and show them that we're the gratitude section, that we appreciate their work and appreciate them being here. Our food service helpers, they make about $15 an hour. And when the school is closed, like a challenge we're about to face now, when it's because of the storm, when the school is closed, you know, they're not getting paid. Whenever a bus aide, you know, come to work and the bus driver don't show up because of concerns from COVID or scare, or just don't feel like coming or quit the job that day, you know, they're not getting paid. And this is a way to help them try to balance some of the bills. I had one teacher call and said that now, well, not a teacher, teacher aide call. They said now they can plan their daughter's 16th birthday party because now they can try to find some money. Have cafeteria workers saying that this is the difference between their families eating steak or eating some meat for a couple of days that week, you know, and this will really, you know, help them catch up on bills. Now they catch up on bills that they come across. So they still in a lot of debt. People are leaving, teachers' aides, substitute teachers are coming to school early and leaving late, and we got trying to find a way to show our gratitude to compensate them for some of the extra work that they're doing. Students are under hardships, and I heard a question about students, about how this affects education. This affects education because we keep our teachers in the buildings. We keep our teachers' aides in the building. We keep our teacher assistants in the building. We keep our substitute teachers in the building. And this right here is just a little way that we can tell them that we appreciate them. And I've received so many calls from teachers aides and support staff about this. Even administrative staff members, you know, feel that this is very, very important because of the long hours that they work and the triple duties that they're doing. I know that don't reflect much about what we're doing. That's the way people feel. But these people are people too. They're working long hours, elongated hours, and they're putting their heart, blood, sweat, and tears into the Buffalo Public Schools and missing time with their families. So I can go on and on about it. I'm not going to.
Yeah, I think we want to open this up soon.
I want to quickly make is that Governor Kathy Hochul said last month that she wanted to give $8 billion to re-energize New York. She want to re-energize the public staggered education system and redirect $billions more to the funds to schools. She want to boost the ranks of teachers and support staff, and bring it back to normal as possible for our students and employees. And she said $8 billion. A report tonight said that it looked like it was $2.1 billion in state aid. But the answer to that question is that at least some monies are coming, but it's not enough. And with our staff being recruited to suburban districts, that can have a huge impact on what we do, because we know that, and I know personally some people who drove the bus last year went to suburban districts because they had easier routes and they paid them more money. And the question about the unions, I haven't had a union call and say that they wouldn't support these measures. So I don't really believe that's an issue of working with the unions than moving forward with the unions, because it seems like the phone calls that I receive, because I can't call and negotiate anything with the union. That's against the law. So I would never do anything like that. But the phone calls that I receive from people, from union members, is that they overwhelmingly support these measures and helping them and their families move forward. So,
Okay. Mr. Hurd, we really do need, I appreciate your comments. We really need to move on to
for
go
dinner
ahead and allow for
and
discussion.
what type of breakfast they prepare for their children, gas in cars, and yes, this is totally legal. I sent the board members, Dr. Cash and everybody, a email. If you open it up about the ESSER funds, but I can't publicly disclose or talk about it because of the 24-hour rule. But I just want to make sure that if you read your emails, you can see all the legalities in it, that this is perfectly legal. So that can take away from that debate or any questions about that in the upcoming hour. So just want to make sure those things are covered. So to make it clear, once again, this is about employee retention, and it's about keeping employees here and just showing them some gratitude that we respect them and that we appreciate the hard work that they're doing during this COVID time and the things that they suffer with their family because of COVID issues.
Okay, thank you. So I will amend my questions to give us a little focus on this. There's 2 questions on the table regarding this resolution. Will this resolution, as it is written, fulfill its purpose? I'm sorry, Mr. Hurd, we really need to move on. And is it feasible? Ms. Belton-Cotman, I'd like to start with you, please.
I'm really speechless after Mr. Hurd's discussion. I want to assure our workers that I appreciate them. I recognize the hard work they do, and that in no way, and in regards to my opinion about this is a reflection on them. However, I'm speechless at this point. I just want to say that my concerns are different and are more student oriented, and that's all I have to say at this point.
You're muted, Ann.
Next up is Dr. Evans Brown.
I knew you were going to call me.
Yeah, I have a pattern.
Well, as Mr. Hurd was explaining the rationale behind this, the first thing that came to my mind was hazard pay. We all need hazard pay during this pandemic. But I'm going to go here. I think that I was in Delta Sonic the other day, and on the front page of the news was the fact that, and I can't remember the district, maybe it was a suburban district, they had substitutes, really big in bold letters, that they were providing increased incentives for substitute teachers. And this is happening across the country. Not only are teachers leaving this profession, but we have superintendents leaving, teacher assistants, and so on. People are leaving the education profession for many reasons. And I'm sure it's based on working in this pandemic. I have mixed emotions, especially when I look at the cost. We're talking $14 million, but I'm also looking at the fact that staff deserve bonuses, hazard pay, whatever we want to call it. So for now, those are my thoughts and my comments until I process a little more. Thank you.
Mr. Hurd, I'm going to move forward since you had a significant amount of time to speak on the resolution, and I believe Ms. J was kicked off the session. Ms. McCosey, that makes you next.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a lot to process, and it was a lot to process when it was presented. I had a conversation with Mr. Hurd day of the meeting, and it needs to be flushed out. Again, you go entirely across the board to everyone. There has to be depiction as to why and how. And $14 million is significantly something that if we have to dip into funds that we've already had plans for, there really needs to be some sort of plan to make that work. Everybody deserves, all of us deserve, everybody deserves. But in that same tone, to what extent, and to, you know, how is this in our job as working for student achievement? How does this all play into this? We do this one-time deal that costs us 14 million, and it's not gonna change the result of student achievement, but it is a good faith gesture. So where do we draw the line between good faith gesture and something that produces results with an amount so significant that has to have so many different layers of consideration? So I'm just going to say that because, you know, equity, student achievement, all of those things come into play with this. The amount is staggering, so we have to really flush this out. I'm also... I would also say at a loss for words.
Mr. Petrucci, your comments?
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. I had an opportunity to have a phone call with Mr. Hurd about this as well. You know, I support the spirit of the resolution. I support our staff. You know, they've been through a lot over the last 2 years, unprecedented, nothing like this we've seen in our lifetime. But the number does make me, you know, does give me pause. What I've been discussing with various members who've asked for my opinion is a recognition that is school-based, something that's on a school-by-school basis that recognizes the efforts of our teachers, but also helps them in their goal of educating our teachers. If it's, you know, supplementing the school-based budget, if it's giving them additional monies to address social emotional problem, or if it's maybe they need some type of additional support, whatever it is of that school-based business that will make their jobs easier and also support the district's goal of improving academic achievement. I think there might be a path along those lines. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Mr. Scott?
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. I just want to kind of say that, as others have mentioned, that this is another unusual year that we are dealing with, that our staff are dealing with, that our students and families are dealing with. It is a struggle everywhere: urban, suburban, rural, private, public, charter. There was a comment made about substitute teachers. I read that article in the Buffalo News. I believe we have a new contract with our substitute teachers, and the rate that I saw was quite competitive, if not higher than the districts that were mentioned in that article. In my suburban district, Kenton, where I work, we are faced with the staffing challenges in every department. This is the first year that my department has had vacancies. The entire year, I've been stretched to cover more buildings because of those vacancies. So and 2 psychologists actually left for employment in Buffalo. One of the reasons being higher pay, actually. So it's a systemic problem across the whole system, locally, nationally. And I just want to, as I did in our meeting last week, remind everybody that since June 2021, we have negotiated new contracts with our teacher aides and assistants, our substitute teachers, our bus aides, our substitute administrators, Local 264 Food Service, Local 264 Service Center, PECTA, Local 264 Cook Managers, PECTA and Local 264 Cook Managers we are currently under contract with. And then we are negotiating with BCSA, BTF, and local 409 school engineers, which hire our custodians. I believe those negotiations need to continue. My understanding is that Mr. Kuzma and his team are continuing to negotiate with those organizations. And I think through negotiations, they need to a new contract that will get them a contract that they deserve. And that's where that reward should occur. So that's where I stand. I don't think I have any other comments other than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Woods?
I want to recognize that the bus aides and the food service workers, they are truly, truly lowly paid, and we do have people moving and leaving because they can get better wages at McDonald's. But I agree with Mr. Scott as far as the time to address those issues are in the negotiations. We did just settle a number of contracts. We do have contracts coming up, and I hope that they will hear what you're saying, Board Member Hurd, that we do need to look at these issues. But I do have to say, I feel that COVID has made a number of people look introspectively at what they want to do with their lives. I know it's caused me to think about, do I want to spend 40, 50 hours unpaid doing what I hope to make a difference, but sometimes I don't feel I make a difference. I think people are looking at their lives and their kids and the time they spend with their children. I think they're making these decisions based on things other than a bonus. I think it's really a serious time that everybody knows they could get COVID. They may not be here tomorrow. So I think we have to, if the previous amendment resolution was not broad enough, I kind of feel this one is too broad. And I'm not comfortable with the $14 million price tag. So again, I respect the idea. I recognize the challenge, but I think it should be negotiations that give this respect to raise the salary or get them above the minimum wage and to try to make the jobs a little bit better. I think teachers would stick around if we change some of the working conditions, gave them trauma people to calm the kids down. I think there's a lot more we can do to make the work environment pleasant for our teachers, like for the teacher assistants. We said we were going to pay them $5 more when they're filling in. If we could just get our payroll system moving and pay them, I think they'd be happier. So that's my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Woods. Mr. Kuzma, you look like you have a comment.
Yeah, I just want to clarify for the record, just for, because the public is listening, that when we do have inclement weather days, our transportation aides and our food service workers do get paid for those days. And at Dr. Cash's urging, we did just settle, contracts with our food service workers to increase their wages as well as their transportation aides above $15 an hour. So that we could be more competitive with what is happening out in the marketplace. And those were, at the time we settled them, 20, 25% increases on what they were making previously. And so that all occurred within the last 6 months, including a very favorable competitive deal with our teacher aides and assistants, where we substantially increased the wages for our teacher assistants, which, obviously we want to recruit more, but we increased their wages by $5 an hour to get above $20 per hour for them and create more disparity between the teacher assistants and our teacher aides. and our teacher aides got a 12-13% increase, and they'll get additional increases in future years. So, we certainly follow the market and who we're competing with regionally, and we've been very cognizant of that in bargaining over the last 6 months to what I would consider very fair, competitive, union labor friendly deals that they've unanimously passed almost in every instance when we've settled these things. So I wanted to say that for the record and just clear up some of that, of what's been said previously.
Thank you, Mr. Kuzma. So it sounds to me that the tone of the board is that they respect the spirit of the resolution, that we want to recognize what our teachers... No, I'm sorry, I'm going to finish speaking first. So that they respect the tenor of the resolution, they respect the spirit of the resolution, and that there's a couple of things on the table that our board members have suggested, which is that in general, there's concern with the price tag, and that we still want to try and work towards improving working conditions for teachers, trying to improve situation for teachers. A couple of suggestions on the table was the SBMT recognition within buildings, continuing to support negotiations, as Mr. Kuzma has pointed out, and also to continue, and this is my suggestion, I have 2 suggestions with this. One is continuing to make more investments in the teacher pipeline, since a lot of the issues in terms of recruiting teachers has to do with the shortage on the early end, as one of the news reports pointed out, although I think we need to be a little more careful about our sources of surveys. The other suggestion that I would make is to go back to a survey run by the district in terms of a climate and work condition survey, and looking at the data from that to see where the most effective and the highest leverage points might be. There were a couple different things thrown out at the table. They're all potentially meritorious. The question is, again, what's going to make the greatest difference considering the funds that we have? My last point, and then I think we need to talk about action steps for this resolution. My last point is that for ARP ESSER funding, we conducted public meetings and significant feedback on what community wants. I would suggest that whatever we do with that funding should be in line with those suggestions. So that said, let's talk about action steps and next steps. It sounds like the resolution needs to be worked on. How do we want to proceed as a board? Would we like to recommend it back to Mr. Hurd to submit again to editing and then submit again to board members? Do we want to establish a task force? I can open up the floor for that.
I'm sorry, Chairperson Rivera. I'm not allowed to rebuttal when somebody makes a comment during your committee?
I just opened up the floor, Mr. Hurd. The question about rebuttal is you can't rebuttal when I'm in the middle of my statement where I needed to make my statement too. That was my sole point. If you would like a moment to talk, I can certainly start moving around again. Generally in my work session, I go alphabetically. I'll move towards you. The only reason why I didn't give you a chance earlier is you had 15 minutes of the floor already for initial comments as you asked for, and I'm perfectly happy to grant. I have no problem doing that. So I'd like to open it up to Ms. Belton-Cotman for suggestions for action steps. Mr. Hurd, you will be very soon up. You can certainly comment on something. Ms. Belton-Cotman, do you have anything more to say?
No, I don't have anything else to say on this.
Thank you. Dr. Evans-Brown.
No, I don't have any more to say on it either. I like the idea of having a committee convene to work with Mr. Hurd on it if he chooses to revamp it, edit it, modify, or whatever. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Mr. Hurd, you are up.
Chairwoman Rivera, I'll wait to go last. Thank you.
Ms. McCosey.
I don't have any comments to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Petrucci.
No comments at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Scott.
Just reiterate that I recommend that we proceed with the district renegotiating contracts with those that remain in need of being negotiated. And that be the only way we proceed. That's where I stand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Woods.
I like to be kind of transparent and clear. Since I'm always getting calls and feedback from the community, what I've gotten very strongly from the community is, will you guys start talking about academics and fixing those whiteboards and addressing something other than taking all of the ESSER money and not opening up after school programs, fixing transportation. Stop talking to me about giving money to employees. So I just want to give you that honest feedback because I'm getting hit. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Woods. Mr. Hurd? And I'd like to remind you, we have 2 more items up, so I'd like to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. And respectfully, when someone's presenting a resolution, they should be allowed time to speak and talk, which you did, but not criticize about how much time that we used, because I feel this is a very important resolution, and I feel that the criticism that you just reflected doesn't really have a stand into what's being dealt here and what's being said here. It was 15 minutes for half an hour for a resolution, and we just went through a resolution that took approximately 2 hours.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hurd. We've been on this almost a whole hour.
I'm sorry. I have the floor, don't I?
Excuse me, Mr. Hurd.
Excuse me. Do I have the floor?
You will have the floor. You will have the
Thank you.
floor.
So let me speak then. If I have the floor, let me speak. If I have the floor, let me speak.
First of all, I've given you 20 minutes to speak.
If I have the floor, allow me to speak.
I would like to be clear to you, Mr. Hurd. I would like to be clear, and then
I'm sorry, you're interrupting me.
I'm sorry,
while
is this
I have the floor.
productive? Is this productive?
It's not productive.
I would like to make clear to you that the
It's not
comments.
very productive at all. We got Roger the Roof that you have to go by.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hurd. First of all, I allowed you the courtesy of playing a video during a work session that I knew nothing about. Second of all, I gave you time on the floor. Third of all, I will give you time again. However, one of the things I need to make clear, and clarity is really important when we're talking about a resolution. What is on the table is I reflected the comments from your colleagues on the board, who also have given you feedback regarding this. You may have time to speak on it. Of course, you may have time to speak on it. However, what I can't have is a situation where it sounds like it's just me and that we're somehow shutting down conversation. I'd like to make clear again, part of the point of having this to the committee is so that we are not shutting down conversation. Your comments are appreciated at this point. Thank you.
No, as I wanted to state earlier, is that as I look at the numbers of employees and the pay rates that they're receiving, bus aides about $15 an hour, and teacher aide, yes, they did receive a $5 hour increase, about a $5 hour increase, but it's still below standards. And if you talk to people from the BTF and the BCSA, they're far off in talks with the district and contracts. They're very far off from what I'm hearing in the language that I received back. So all the negotiations going on with the district between these two unions, I'm not getting a good report back on where they're at right now and how far they are away from the table. So when you talk about the contracts that's pending or the contracts that's that have been resolved so far, it's still a low wage paying positions that our Buffalo Public School employees are working. It's still a low wage positions that they're suffering, that there's other jobs out there that they're finding that's a lot cheaper. It's still able to a lot more affordable for them and their families that they can actually go work, make more money, and have less stress. Now, when I first opened, I was talking about being proactive, and this district has a problem about being proactive with things. And I feel, this is my feeling, that some things, just like when we talked about the COVID when it was coming here, that we should be prepared for in the future. Now, you see the national trends that's going on right now with education, and I understand that you just said that we should go to committee and have referral to talk about it. But if this is the course of action, I don't see any other resolution that's going to apply, that's going to happen. Now, when I wrote this resolution, it's an open resolution for everybody to have their input. It doesn't have to cost $14 million. We can look at the resolution, and you're supposed to take it and put language in that reflects the community. And I left it open because I didn't want to be biased about leaving any entities out. So make sure everybody's represented. And it was up to the board to go into the resolution and see, where money should be lessened at, or where money should be given at more to employees. So that was my reflection of the board working together to do that. And in hopes that the board we can find measures to work to try to prove something for these struggling families that's here working for the Buffalo Public Schools. I'm going to yield the floor back to you, and this is the opinion of the board, so I will rest right now.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Mr. Scott, your hand was up, and Ms. Belton-Cotman's hand was up.
Dr. Rivera, similar to when we started this meeting, I heard Mr. Hurd make a reference to, it seems like, some communication with our collective bargaining units, which is, I think, making me feel uncomfortable that it seems like we're starting to cross that line of negotiating in public. And I just want to confirm, do we have a representative from the board that is acting as a liaison in regards to negotiations with any of our collective bargaining units?
No.
Please, rebuttal to that.
Excuse me, Mr. Hurd. Mr. Kuzma is going to answer that.
No, we don't. And my suggestion would be certainly, obviously, Mr. Hurd's heard from the BCSA and the BTF, but I'd be happy to update the board on where we are in negotiations with our BTF and our BCSA colleagues, and certainly give you the district's perspective of things and the proposals that are on the table. And we can have a conversation about that in executive session, which is, where that's the appropriate place to have that conversation. But, the district has, as is demonstrated by the number of contracts that we have settled, which have been unanimously approved by this board, usually without comment. They have been we have obviously demonstrated our commitment to negotiating fair, competitive contracts with our employee groups and understanding the market, and what we're up against. And as I've said, the majority of the contracts that have been settled in these last 6 months have included double-digit increases on folks' wages. We have taken all of that into account, and certainly want nothing more than happy, well-paid, for the work that they're doing employees. And we approach the bargaining table with that mindset. We don't approach the bargaining table with a us versus you mindset. It's a collaborative mindset where we want everybody to leave the table happy with what's been achieved. And we have very talented team members on all of our bargaining unit committees that see the big picture and know what they're doing at the bargaining table. And I do think, certainly under Dr. Cash's leadership, we've demonstrated our commitment to doing that, and would respectfully ask that you let us continue doing our work in that regard. I do think it is time for the board to receive an update about BCSA and BTF negotiations, which I will be prepared to do at the next regular board meeting.
Thank you. Ms. Belton-Cotman.
So from what I'm hearing, I really would like to offer an apology to the staff, members of our staff who may have thought that this was a possibility, and whose hopes were lifted up, and they thought that money that was sent from our legislators, I'm talking about Congress as well as our senators, who set money specifically for the purpose of improving the outcomes of our children, were given the impression that it's a possibility that this could happen without smacking them in their face. And I'm talking about our legislators. I really think that this is a serious issue because if we were to take $14 million and spend it on employees as a bonus to them, then we would come under the scrutiny, and we would probably there would probably be punitive results as a result of this, since Buffalo has so much money that they can not use it to elevate academic outcomes, but are using it to give to employees for staying in the district. And I think we need to be real careful. I would like to see a resolution from the board saying what we would like to see happen with $14 million for our children. I certainly have a litany of things that I would like to see, starting from a field house, a comprehensive violence prevention plan, and transportation reimbursement, etc. So I just want to be clear to our employees that this is not disrespectful of them, and we are not insensitive to what they are encountering. Mm-hmm. But we really need to be clear that I personally have sat in numerous meetings that talk about how this money is supposed to be used, okay? And the way we were talking about using it was never listed as it properly. It was never listed as one of the proper things to do with this money. And in conversating this past week with the senator's office, this subject did come up, and there was a little bit of concern as to what we are doing to make sure our children go to the next level academically and are protected and are safe in our city, because violence is a major concern of our legislators in this district. So I just want to say that to our employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Melton-Cotman. I have a hand raised in City Hall Room 807. Mr. Petrucci, I'm assuming that's you because Mr. Hurd has his hand up as well.
No, I was going to defer and give my time to Mr. Hurd.
Okay. He has his hand up. Dr. Evans-Brown was there first.
Thank you. You know, as I listen to more conversations from my colleagues, it just appeared, this is, you know, all due respect, that as board members, we provide governance. It just sounds like it's a borderline of management, this resolution. So we have to be real careful. That is not our responsibility to provide the incentives, or at least recommend incentives for employees. That would be in Dr. Cash's department. And so let's just be real careful when we talk about our jobs as fiduciary members, as well as governing board and policymakers. It's a big difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Evans-Brown. Mr. Hurd.
Thank you again. Just to clear up a few things, Lawrence earlier stated that his opinion that he must have misunderstood what I said, and that I clearly stated that I do not negotiate with unions. I do not talk with unions about negotiations. That's illegal, and I would never do that. But you should know that I have friends that call and talk to me all the time. So I hear things about what's going on and about union talks and things in that manner. So no, I have never called a union member or talked to a union member, or a union member haven't called me and said anything about negotiations. That never transpired. That conversations never happened. And I clearly stated that earlier. If you was listening, apparently you wasn't. But no conversation never happened. People call me all the time and tell me things. So So just like they call and tell you things, they call and tell me things, and that's why I took that opinion. Secondly, Topman talked about different things, the field house and education. All that is presented in the district, but field house and things like that and fields are not part of the ESSER 3 funds program. And this money that you're talking about, it falls under the ESSER 3 PCR 414, and it was specifically designed for this purpose. It was voted into law by Congress, and it was specifically designed for this purpose, and it's called the Employee Bonus PCR 203. So please, everyone, please, before you give an opinion about what was designed for what and what went for what, these money was earmarked and specifically designed for this purpose. And last, I don't feel that nobody's getting smacked in the face, and that language is very uncanny. Our teachers work hard, our teacher assistants work hard, our Buffalo Public School employees work very hard, and they have gone beyond the call of duty to try to keep normalcy within our district. And I very much appreciate them, and I try to put something out to show appreciation for them and work towards keeping retention within our district, keeping people in our district, because I know there's teachers working and administrative staff members are working very hard, but there's also our hourly people, who's working 2 jobs and driving Uber and Lyft and doing DoorDash and doing other things to try to compensate monies after they leave a long time working job. And it's also a hazardous type condition because they're doing other things and still coming back with children, even though I know they're taking all precautions not to catch the COVID, but being around more people than they have to, I believe that this will help try to something that can help them balance their bills. So I yield my time to the floor, and thank you so much.
Ms. McCosey?
Alderman Rivera. So I would like to present a suggestion, as I did in the last conversation, where scenarios are being placed into the picture again, and it's muddying the purpose, I believe, of the resolution. This is not just, I understand the author of the resolution feels very strongly and has his opinions, but is a resolution that the 9 of us collectively have to come together and work on. And many aspects of what needs to be part of any type of monies being moved forward in these funds have been presented. The one thing that we all not only have agreed to, but it is our job and we are held accountable for, is student achievement. And that has been brought up by multiple people on this call, whether it's 14 million, 10 million, 2 million, $1 million is an awful lot of money. And again, the incentives piece, there are many, many ways to give incentives out. Many scenarios have been presented. I think of different ways to, this is where gas cards and Starbucks cards and things along those lines, if we want to appreciate people who have, superseded their expectations and have gone above and beyond. And each one of our principals and each one of our administrators in our district knows who those people are, right? So I just wish that we could stop kind of, back and forth about different scenarios, who deserves what and how it deserves, and get back to the issue that we need to focus on student achievement. How does this resolution do that when the monies are coming from all different areas and has already been earmarked for this and that and the third? How would we implement these monies out? And, going across the board with that type of amount, regardless if it's 14 or whatever, according to the will of the board that I'm listening to right now, based on the concerns that I've heard from the district as well, if we're working hand in glove like we should be, then we have to address more than just the fact that people deserve, right? Because we know that's across the board, people deserve. We all deserve. I believe we need hazard pay. Someone had texted me, y'all need hazard pay for just this meeting alone. I agree with that person. we have to look into, and I'm not trying to make light of the resolution. What I am trying to do is bring us back to the fact that each and every scenario explains away so many different factors, so many different people, how we go about it, the questioning of who talks to who. Anybody can talk to anybody they want. Buffalo is one big living room. I have many, many people who are in labor that I speak to on a weekly basis just because we're friends. But when the work becomes the issue and then you bring that to the table, it becomes muddled as to how that was being presented, because it's a clear line between management and government that we have to adhere to. So I just feel like there's so many different hurdles that have been put forth just in this conversation alone. And if we really work hard to come together on student achievement, where this money is going to go in accordance to that statement, which is our #1 top priority, and them being fiduciaries with a $14 million price tag, then we can get somewhere. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mikosi. So again, it seems like the consensus of the board is that while we all very much honor the spirit and the really good intentions of Mr. Hurd in advancing this, there can be other ways to do some recognition for our teachers, support our teachers, and that the resolution would need to be rewritten. Does that accurately capture what the will of the board is at this point?
You're on, Terrence.
Give me something. Yes.
I lost my screen.
Okay,
but,
I see a couple of yeses.
I know you can hear me, but that was the whole intention of this resolutions, is that the board can reflect their opinion on the resolution and see what fits where and how can we get the monies down and how we can work together to find something that's accommodating to help those employees that's in need. So that was the intention of the resolution from the beginning, and that's why we brought it here to a committee meeting to discuss it.
Correct.
Thank you so much. I truly respect everybody's opinion and your comments, what you're saying. Of course, education comes first, our children come first, but how can we possibly educate kids when, like Monday, when a school closes because of workforce being sick or issues that may occur? So if they're not in the building, how can we educate kids? So we got to make sure retention-wise, and once again, I showed you what's going on across the country, how people leave in positions for other positions that's less stressful and more manageable, and sometimes pay more money. So it's about retention, once again, and it's about showing gratitude for the work that's being done.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. So with that, I'm going to close out that agenda item, and I'd like to move forward with process for selecting BPS trustees for Enterprise and Westminster. Mr. Kuzma, your name is attached to this. Do you have some opening remarks for us?
Yeah, I do, Dr. Rivera. Thank you. Last board meeting, as you know, the board passed a settlement agreement with both Westminster and Enterprise Charter School. As of this evening, that settlement agreement has been executed by all of the parties. One of the conditions in which, the charter schools agreed with the board was that you as a Board of Education would have the opportunity and the ability after February 1st, 2022, which of course was yesterday, to appoint one trustee to sit on the boards of each of the respective charter schools. So that would be one for Westminster, one for Enterprise, and that individual will hold that seat through June 30 of 2024, which would be the end of the charter term for each of these two schools. So I think what I wanted to do tonight, because obviously you have the ability to appoint these individuals now, was hear from the board on how you may go about selecting, or the board's methodology for how you would like to go about selecting that particular individual. Whether each board member wanted to make a recommendation, and then you have a discussion amongst yourselves, whether you would like the district's assistance in posting for each of these respective positions and seeing who would apply to them, and then doing maybe an interview selection process that way. The only conditions right now that are on, and I'd have to look at what the charter schools regulations are, but it cannot be a current board member and it cannot be an employee of the district. Those would be the only two conditions that are in the agreement. So I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Rivera, but that's the aim tonight, is to develop a process for selection.
Thank you. So again, I want to give just some baseline to think this one through. One of the most common processes for selecting board members for nonprofit boards is to create a nominating committee, which the board would be in some ways, specify candidate qualifications, identify them, screen, select, and recommend candidates, and then nominate candidates for election by the stakeholders here on the board. I think that considering the scope of what we're talking about, it might be worthwhile to see if we want to take a step back and do a nominating committee, or if we want to move forward and treat this work session like a nominating committee. Although I will say it's getting kind of late. We may want to take some time to think about this before we move forward with it. With that, I have a hand, getting right in there with the hands. I'll go ahead and call on the hand first, and then I'll go around, which is in City Hall room 807.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. You know, when I was thinking about this, who would best serve the district, but also who would have the type of knowledge base that would be important. And I do believe that there's a small universe of retired former administrators who are involved and engaged with the evaluation of these schools over the last few years. They might be someone that, or this group might be someone that that we might want to reach out to, just because they're familiar with the process, the evaluation tools, and the schools themselves. It might be something that's acceptable to both of us.
I like the idea of having somebody with experience with those pieces. So with that, I'm going to start going around. Ms. Belton-Cotman, thoughts on what Mr. Petrucci had said, as well as the process?
I have a couple of questions before I can answer that. So, Nate, correct me, make it clear. This is a non-paying position, right?
I believe so. I can confirm that information with, but I do not think they are paid positions.
Okay. Do you know if the board members on the two charter schools are paid or not? Do you know that?
I will confirm that. They would, because whoever you appoint would be treated the same way.
Okay.
They are a member of the board, so I will inquire as to whether it's paid or not.
Okay, thank you. That's important to me. I like the idea of someone that has a knowledge base, but I think we have to I think we should open it up, similar to what we would do if we were, and almost parallel our own process. People can submit their applications, and we can put questions together, similar to how we go about selecting selecting a board member. I think we should follow a very similar process that we do here to be consistent with what we do. And we have the guidelines. I have one other question, Nate. What if this person cannot fill that position? So it looks like to me there's a need for some sort of a new policy change in regards to this, because we've never had to encounter this before. What if the person cannot stay on to 24? Okay.
Then you'd reappoint somebody else.
Right. And so I think we need to put our policies in line with that. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Evans-Brown.
Yes, I concur with board member Cotman. We need somebody who have the experience, of course, can provide a commitment, and we should be able to put the questions together a board.
Thank you very much. Ms. McCosey. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Mr. Hurd.
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman. I believe that we should have an interview process and go through an interview process to see who will be qualified to fit this role, and not just select one person, but give somebody who can be dedicated to it. And we know that that we will have at least 1, 2, 3 people that can fill the role in case one can't do it, cannot perform the task or remain on to 2024. And also, I'd like to hear Dr. Cash's opinion, because I know that he likes to address things and to see how he feels was best fit, respectfully.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hurd. Thank you. Ms. McCosey.
Clear. Mr. Hurd, was that the suggestion that Ms. Cotman had put on the board or on the table already?
Yes, it was.
I was looking to just concur with what Ms. Cotman was saying, and
Yeah, it was.
Okay, so yes, I'm concurring.
Thank you, Ms. McCosey. Mr. Petrucci, do you have anything else to add?
I do not, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Scott.
I concur with what has already been said. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Woods.
Great suggestion, President Emeritus. I concur with you.
Okay, so then Dr. Cash, Mr. Hurd made mention that he'd like to hear your opinion on this as well.
I couldn't hear his question. What was his question?
We're talking about nominating process, and the suggestion on the table is to follow a procedure very much like what we do with board members, where we open it up, we solicit applications, we have screening questions, and then we move forward to a vote. Ms. Belton-Cotman, did I say that right? Did I catch all the steps? Okay.
Yeah, the only suggestion I would have, that's fine. I don't think you need 2. I think if you get an experienced person with the credentials that you're seeking, and that certainly I would be thinking of for this role, that person could serve as trustee for both of the schools.
Okay.
There's no reason to have 2 different people, and you actually will get a better validity and reliability feedback. You have one really good person overseeing both schools, or a trustee in both schools, and can make those cross comparisons, can look at them together, while also appreciating and understanding their distinctions. So that would be my only recommendation to add to what you said. I think what you've said is fine with that caveat.
Thank you, Dr. Cash. So what we have on the table is potentially 1 trustee or 2, depending on the will of the board, that we need to come together with getting applications, get an announcement out, solicit applications for this position, and then as a board, we should come together with some screening questions. Ms. Belton-Cotman, you have something to add?
Yes, thank you. So I would like Nate Kuzma to tell us, find out for us how many meetings are involved here, so that when we put the spec out, we'll understand, people will understand the scope of the work. How often do these parties meet? What's the requirement of that position to sit on that board? So we can have a clear picture of whether we need 1 or 2. If you have a board that's meeting 2 or 3 times a month, you might need 2 people, okay? Because, you know, one board meeting 3 times a month, that would be, you know, the other board meeting 4 times. You got to look at what we're requiring someone to do, what we're asking them to do. We really need that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd get that information, and also what their own bylaws say on what the criteria is. You know, for this board, it's very clear in law, and I'm sure they have something in their bylaws. I'll get that information probably this week, and then I'll share that with the board, and I'll work with Dr. Karestas as board clerk to get these positions posted as soon as possible, so that you can select somebody. February is probably a long shot at this point to get something by the February board meeting, but we'll shoot for March if we can. Okay.
I was just going to ask what our timeline is. So we need to look towards March, which means that we need to work together. We need to decide today on how we're going to get our screening questions together. Mr. Kuzma, did you have some screening questions in mind, or do you need us to generate them?
I don't. I can look at the record and see. We went through this process, as Ms. Belton-Codman said, a couple of times a few years back in filling a vacant board seat. So there is a record, and I can look at those questions that were asked of each of the candidates then, and we can use that as a model. I can see if I can find that information, and then I can share it with the board, and you all can determine whether they're sufficient for this purpose or whether you want to tweak or modify them.
I like that idea. I like to have a scope in front of us to look at. So if you could do that for us, I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you. Any last comments on this subject, colleagues? Okay, looks like no. So we're going to move on to the last piece, which is an update, on the exempt salary study and our next steps. What have we got so far on it, and where do we go next with this? What kind of timelines in front of us?
All right, colleagues. Well, I can tell you. Go ahead. Is somebody going to speak?
No, I was going to ask Lou Pertucci, our president, to tell us what he thought. That's all.
Thank you. It's my understanding that there was a outside group that was going to take a look at this and to provide us with an update. I'd give the floor to Dr. Cash.
All right. So, colleagues, what I did, as I had said I would for you, is I immediately reached out to the executive director for the Council of Great City Schools, Ray Hart, and he said that he would take this matter into hand. He understood what I was after, and that this is an issue that school districts all over the country are faced with and want to have information about, because they also are concerned about keeping people who ultimately drive the work in any given school district, and wanting to keep people and retain and so forth. Some of the same reasons that Herb was talking about for all the staff. Board member Herb. However, in this case, it's a little different because it actually goes to a group of staff members who don't have a bargaining unit and don't have a negotiating group, except for you to consider them. And in that resolution, I provided the rationale, justification, and the cost, and the research that had been done to justify it and show you where the staff are right now relative to the Big Five. So I called today to check on where he is with that, and he said he has assembled the information and he has fast-tracked it for this district, and it will be ready at the end of this week or by Monday. And that's where I am on it, because what I had heard about the meeting was something a little different than some of you have heard. And I heard that the board was interested in some kind of other independent outside company to do this. Some of you had indicated that you knew of such companies and that you were going to look into it, investigate it, and so forth. Now, I do know there are independent private folks that you can contract to do something like this. You probably would need to put out an RFP, because there are many companies that do that. So it's not about, I know this company, let's go with them. It would have to be, what are the specs? What are you looking for? What are the questions? I tried to help with the parameters of some of those questions and what we should be looking for in the resolution that I presented at the last board meeting, December. So I do think that we should look at the Council of Great City Schools work, see what he has put together, because I also instructed him to look at like demographics and size of school districts, and he said he would do the best he could with that. So I think you should look at that. But the other issue is going to take more time. I don't know of any independent organizations off the top of my head, and I don't know what specs you want to have in an RFP, for example. So I'm following a straight line approach on this because I think it's important, and I will be happy to report to you what we get when Ray sends that to me, either later this week or the top of next week. So that's my response to your question, Dr. Rivera.
Okay, thank you. So to my mind, I think it's possible to do both. So it is possible to do an RFI, and it is also possible to look at the Council of Great City Schools. And we have respect for them as an institution. We're interested in what they have to say, I would say. I'd like to hear from my fellow board members on this. I know Ms. Belton-Cotman has raised her hand already.
So my concern here is that this is something that Lou Petrucci should have led. Our board president should have been involved in this, and I'm wondering if he was even involved in this. You want to talk about arm length or lack of arm length transaction here. I certainly am concerned about that. Mr. Petrucci, I would like to know, were you involved in this at all?
Mr. Petrucci, I think it's fair to just let you answer that.
Sure, thank you, Sharon. So we did, I know that I reached out to the control board to see if they had a group that they work with to do these type of salary comparisons. They were unaware of any. We did have a meeting with Dr. Cash, myself, and the members of the executive board. He said that he was going to ask the Council of Great City Schools because they would perform this for free. And I am kind of curious to see what this would look like from a national perspective. One of my concerns, Sharon, is that oftentimes we lose staff to our suburban counterparts, whether it's through the initial recruiting process, we're trying to bring somebody on, a new teacher, onboarding them, or sometimes, as we've seen lately with some senior staff members who have gone to some of our suburban districts as well. So even though our student populations are different, our funding sources, our funding methods are very different, I would be concerned. I think that the Council of Great City Schools will be helpful. I don't think it presents the complete picture because I don't believe they're going to take a look at Williamsville or West Seneca or Cheektowaga or whatever the local district may be.
Okay, so I want to be clear here, okay, where I'm coming from, because I want the record to reflect this. When in this particular situation, this is one thing that should have been handled, and Dr. Cash should have been an arm length transaction, in my opinion, away from it. In other words, that Lou Petrucci or the board had the ability to reach out to the Council of Great City Schools. When the Council of Great City Schools came here and trained us about guardrails and about goals, et cetera, they did a phenomenal job. However, from there, as a result of that, we no longer have any reports that we once had at one time. So I'm not sure if, from my perspective, that we don't need another opinion in regards to it, no matter what, only because of how it was done. Okay, from day one, I was clear that I requested that we handle this in a distinct way, and that all parties associated with it, okay, were not primarily involved in it. And I have a concern about that, and I wanted that to be on the record. Okay.
Okay. So your suggestion is to open an RFI to find a firm that would do the work?
I think we should.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Evans-Brown, your position on that?
Yeah, I was under the impression that we were I'm not saying that Ray Hart is not an independent person, but I do think that this was a board initiative when we talked about it in the past, that we should have taken the lead or should take the lead, you know, in this respect to do an RFP, and I remember, you know, certain board members said that they knew of some groups or some entities that could do it. So I think that the board, because we said we would do it independently, we should stick with that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hurd?
I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Makosi?
I can't really put into words what I want to put across, because there is so much at stake here, right? These are the people who drive all of the programs and all of the work that, you know, the district does. So that has to be taken into account. This is not frivolous thinking, but at the same time, you know, we're in the same position of how do we go about it? How is this going to work? And I'm just at a crossroads. I just want to make sure that everybody knows it's not just an appreciation thing. It is absolute gospel that these folks are the reason that the work is being done. Because if something a program goes on, there is someone in that cabinet who's directing that program, who put it into place, who made it happen. So I'm kind of hoping that we can come to
Okay, I think you froze, Ms. Makosi. Give her one more second. Ms. Makosi, you can finish when we come back around and you unfreeze, but I hear what you're saying, which is that you want to come to an equitable resolution. Mr. Scott.
So I guess I need to understand, when we're saying that this is going to be under the authority of the board, what that means. Because, and maybe Mr. Kuzma is going to have to help me with this, because I'm not understanding how we operate independently. I think we can pursue what we feel is an independent evaluation, but we don't do it separate from the superintendent, separate from the district. If we're, for example, going to put out an RFP or RFI, it goes through the district, correct? The process would be completed through the district and brought back to us for us to approve.
Yeah,
so
that's my
I guess
understanding.
I'm just not seeing where there is conflict or tension or confusion between what has already been done and where we potentially could be going.
Okay. We're not going to do anything without the involvement of the superintendent. That's what we discussed. If we could, I mean, if somebody can go back and review what was discussed at that time, we were not totally leaving the superintendent out.
Okay.
Well, I think the two probably can go together. Mr. Petrucci, I realized I skipped you and you raised your hand.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. Just a couple finer points. Yeah, at the meeting, I thought that there would be more input from board members regarding these groups or agencies. Now, I did reach out to two different groups. One was control board. The other one was former accountant at a big firm that did it, and they were unaware. They had done similar type job studies in the past, but it was more from a work study efficiency as opposed to actual salary comparison. So we didn't really have a lot. My understanding of this is that this information that we are supposed to glean is supposed to help us make decisions with respect to voting on these raises. It's not to not to count anybody out, but just to give us the type of background information we need to make an informed decision. And this was supposed to help us make that informed decision. Lastly, I just wanted to say real quick is that I do believe that there is, I know that there is, we want to get this done in an expeditious manner. But the other thing too is that we really may want to visit this as part of, we may want to visit policy or some other type of procedure so this happens on a more regular basis for our senior staff members, so that there's some routine expectation that their salaries will be considered much like our bargaining units are, something along those lines. And I think there may be some value in that as well. And the other thing about the Council of Great City Schools is that because we as a district are a member, the service was, as pro gratis. It's one of the services that they provide for us for being members. So while it may not be as robust or as complete as we're looking for, I do think it's a good leaping off point.
Okay, thank you. And then Ms. Woods.
Thank you, Paul.
Come around, Ms. Felton Cotman.
That's good.
Okay, I respect and agree with an RFI. I do want this to be an arm's length transaction. And the control board has raised some issues and concerns. They did at their January 5th meeting, I think it says, let's see. They did raise some concerns about the proposal. January 5th, the proposal was examined in greater detail at the Board Education Finance Operation Workshop. Okay, they the control board is going to be sending their a review, sending it to the board and to Jeff and the superintendent. And they raised two concerns that were very important. And I think that whoever we give an RFI to needs to make sure they address those two concerns. And one of them was that that putting the raises all in the first year, as was included in that proposal, or according to the Fiscal Review Board's analysis, would cost an extra $1.15 million for front loading.
So these are all the questions we need answers to. So let's talk.
And just one other point that you'll all be getting to read. The other point that they made and should be given to their material should be given to the person who considers this, is that their estimate that if the same raises were given to just the teachers and the principals, those two unions alone, that the cumulative cost over 4 years would be $200.3 million, which is unsustainable. So I'll let them give you the numbers.
And this is why we're doing a study in the first place. So the question on the table is getting this study done. So the first thing, the two things before us is the Council of Great City Schools information, which should come through soon, as well as whether or not we want an RFI. It sounds like we do, that we're interested in doing that. I would propose to my colleagues on the board that there's nothing wrong with having multiple forms of data. So there's nothing really wrong with having something from the Council of Great City Schools and putting out an RFI and seeing what we can get. Am I correct in hearing that that's what we want to do as a board?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Okay. So I hear yeses. Great. So now the question remains, and I did see your hand, Mr. Hurd, but I need to put this into place so we can move forward, and then I'll move to you. So the next question is, what are the steps that we need to go through as a board to start that process? Because one of the things that I'm concerned about, if the board recommends a specific entity, that violates a lot of the contract process. And we don't want to get into those weeds. We want to do this very above board and very clearly. So what would our next steps be? from our district partners, what can you tell us about our next steps in this? If anything. I see you, Ms. Melton Cotman. 1 second.
Well, I think we have a situation where we would be compromising staff in this particular case, because they are the ones that are subject to the raise, to ask them to put the parameters out. I think we should utilize another attorney, our other attorney, and expand his capacity to assist us with this, to help us frame this. To ask someone who is in the process of receiving a raise, I don't think that Nate would be compromised in that position, but I don't think he should be put in that position as an employee of this board.
That wasn't the question I asked. I agree with you. He should not. Actually, none of them should, which
So
was the whole idea behind
so
this. My question was about the process of putting out an RFI if it originates in the board, whether or not that's been done and what that process would be.
And the
I'm
reason
not asking about parameters or scope yet. I hear what you're saying. I do.
Well,
and
I still
agree.
have a right to say what I want to say, Ann. And what
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
saying is, okay, I want to be clear. And what I'm saying is that we need to work on the outside to get this done. That's the parameters that I'm recommending. Okay, I do not feel that
how would
staff
you
should be
how would you
compromised on
propose
this.
paying for an outside salary study if we're working completely outside of the district?
We're the board. We're the board. We can vote to pay for it. Okay, we can do that. We can do that.
Well, that's part of my question, is
As
whether or
if you're
not that's
paying
even
for it.
possible. Yeah, I'm not, and with what monies and where budget line item is that coming out of, and how does that go with the contract process?
Well, certainly, if we dig deep enough, we can find it.
Okay, that didn't quite
What
answer
are we
my
looking
question.
for, though, to do
What?
this? Sorry,
Pardon?
Dr. Rivera.
Can I at least get a sense of what that process would look like? If it's the will of the board to get an RFI out and get information about who might be able to do this work, generally, how would that work if it's originating from the board? Have we done this before as a district? That's my first question of staff.
In terms of the board drafting an RFP or RFQ, RFI, I'm not sure that we have.
No. And so that's what I'm trying to figure out. How do we do that and preserve the fidelity of the contract process? My concerns might not be valid. I'm asking the question. I don't honestly know.
Well, I think the advertising and
Mr. Hearn, I see your
regular
hand.
purchasing, the normal purchasing process would still be utilized. It's just the putting together the RFP would be an independent person working with staff so that it's, arm's length. It doesn't compromise anyone.
Okay.
Board members, my suggestion would be, and I think to Ms. Cottman's point, obviously I shouldn't be advising on this. I'm not going to advise directly, but Bethany Centrone, who you're all familiar with, comes at a very reasonable cost. She works for a BOCES. I could set her up to converse with the board, outside of my presence at the next meeting, and provide you with what your legal options are at this point, whether you have to submit an RFI, whether this is a professional service that you can contract with somebody you may find directly, somebody for you to dialogue with on what your parameters are that you're going to be looking for, that then objectively can relay that to the district on what you would be looking for, because the district likely would have to issue that on your behalf. I don't think you're going to be able to completely circumvent the involvement of the district in issuing, receiving that information. And then if there is an RFI or RFP that's issued, who would be responsible for evaluating that? And I think she could help you and guide you, or at least I'll ask her, through what that process would look like. I can try to tee her up to talk to you about this at the next board meeting if there's consensus around that idea.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Hurd, you were waiting very patiently.
Yes, thank you. That was my question, because I don't think the board has the authority to, it seems like we don't have the authority to put our RFI or RFP up to try to give a raise to Dr. Cash's administrative staff. I don't think, I thought that should be done by either the superintendent office to put that out. So I wasn't quite sure where we crossed the bounds at about paying his administrative staff or doing an evaluation for their pay or monies. So could you, I know you can't right now, Neil, I'm sorry, I apologize, so I'll wait for Bethany. Try to give a more clear response to that. So, but as you can see tonight, I do believe that everybody deserves market value and to get paid what they deserve. And I do look at Dr. Cash as the reason why he asked for this bonus, and I believe that if we can find a course of action to look at this and get a study done, we can't. I'm not quite sure if the board can interact in that measure or inject in this role.
Thank you. So I see Ms. Belton-Cotman covered her camera at City Hall, has raised their hand. I assume that's you, President Petrucci?
Yeah, it is. So, so we have two things. So if I will survey the board tomorrow about Bethany, or if they, because I do have a few board members that have reached out to me about Carl Christoph that we've retained for another matter. The only other thing would be whoever we retain, I would like to just have a conversation with that person before we brought them to the board, just to kind of tell them the parameters, what we're looking for, the questions that we would like to have answered, etc.
Okay, that sounds fair to me. Ms. Belton-Cotman, you have another comment?
No, I'm sorry if my hand was not taken down. I agree with President Petrucci that we should consider utilizing Mr. Christoph, who has the experience, extensive experience in education law. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Petrucci, so our action steps are that you will survey the board. We will talk about the options there and we'll move forward from there. Is that correct? Because we had two names on the table. So you're going to survey the board on this?
Correct, Dr. Rivera.
Okay. Thank you. Board members, are we okay with this course of action to move forward? Can you give me some affirmative? Thank you. I'm assuming yes. Okay, is there any last matters that need consideration at this point? No, okay, wonderful. Thank you very much for your attention during the work session and have a very pleasant evening.
Good night,
Thank
everyone.
you. Good night, everybody. Be safe.
Try teachers. Leaving the meeting.